by the security to repel them. No effort by the army. The army base is not even far from it. The army base is just at Obinze. Let me put it at because it happened in the early hours of the morning, early hours of the day. So with the free road, I believe in 10-15 minutes, the army from Obinze would have reached there. But guess what? These people operated freely for over 3 hours without the government making any move to counter them. Now, if the government, how then can you say that after this, the government is not solely responsible for the insecurity that has bedeviled the land? They broke into prison after operating for hours. Next to at a place that is supposed to be the most secured, they were not repelled. It has been over a year and nothing has come out of that. Nothing. No information about the people who escaped. Nothing. Actually, they have the information because those people are working for the government. The people who escaped from the prison are working to destabilize the state, to destabilize the country, to create more insecurity for them. And if you follow events happening, you would find out that this insecurity did not just happen in Owerri, did not just happen in Imo State. The same way that insecurity is ravaging Nigeria from east, west, north, and south is the same way that prison break happened all over Nigeria, to show you the people responsible for that. Why I brought up this issue of a prison break is because it is the same criminals that they release from jail that are being used to perpetrate this crime in our land. They are the criminals that they are also using to perpetrate this crime in our land. They are using the criminals to kidnap. They are using the criminals to kill, to rape, to commit all manner of crimes. Remember Olo genocide. Remember the massacre of our people, the recruitment of Ebubago, the recruitment of the Ebubago militia that has been going around killing innocent youths, exterminating our youth. Exterminating our youth. Remember I said earlier on, I read about the information given to the prelate Uche, by those who kidnapped him. They said something about taking over the whole Biafra land when they are done with their kidnap. So that the Fulanis will invade our land. They will invade Biafra land when they have gotten enough money to buy their arms. So let me also take you to a news so that you will understand that they have started their invasion and they are responsible for some of the crimes that has been happening in our land. I said some because there are those committed by criminals. Criminals who see the insecurity as an opportunity to cash in. Because they understand that they also work for the politicians. They also work for these people. So they understand that it is a free world for them. So they can go ahead and make some bucks. Now, this is a news from Vanguard, and it says another 2 Owerri prison inmates arrested with AK-47 rifle. Now, you get what I mean. It is these people, they release them from prison so that they can move around and perpetrate their crimes. Now, you see what I mean. These people were arrested with AK-47. They were arrested with AK-47. Now, these people, rather than call them for what they are, the Nigerian government decided to tag them unknown gunmen. Decided to tag them as unknown gunmen. The same unknown gunmen that one of them was shot by a Nigerian police, and it happened to be a DSS. A proof that the DSS, the Nigerian security personnel, are in charge of insecurity. They are overseeing insecurity in Biafra land. In Biafra land. And you know the funny thing about this news is that the people arrested are Fulanis, actually. Are Fulanis. And we know that the Fulanis already said to that priest that they will invade our land. These people reported by Vanguard, they are Fulanis. I believe they are, because this one goes with the name Danladi. And this one goes with the name Bamai Gada. So these are not names that are indigenous to us, to Biafrans. These names sounds more like Fulanis. They sound more like Fulanis. So you must understand that the insecurity happening in our land is there to benefit the government. There to benefit the government. Another reason why the government is enjoying this insecurity is because it is to enable an atmosphere where the worst of the society are allowed to rise to the top echelon of the society. For example, look at those heading governance in Nigeria, from the executive, the legislature, the judiciary. These people all got into these positions of authority as a result of this insecurity. Therefore, to maintain their positions, they must be able to keep up with the violence. And who bears the brunt of it all? The ordinary people. The ordinary people. So far, I am sure that even if you are not a Nigerian, whoever you are listening to me, that you understand that insecurity in Nigeria only benefit the government, who by their actions and inactions are promoting it. They are promoting it. I will try to round up because I'm trying to ensure that those who are not from our land, because I know that those our people do understand the cause of the insecurity, and at various times our people, we have made it clear where the insecurity is coming from. But I also want those who are not from our place to understand what is happening and the need to put an end to this problem that is being caused by the government that is supposed to save us, that is supposed to secure our people, that is supposed to secure us. So the insecurity in Nigeria can only benefit the government, who by their actions and inactions are promoting it. Let me point you to another clear case of the promotion of insecurity by the Nigerian government. In this instance, I will point you in the direction of the Nigerian judiciary. As I round up, the Nigerian judiciary, I want to point you to what they did in order to also create insecurity. And this insecurity since then has created untold hardship. It has created extrajudicial killings. In Imo State, for instance, I am talking about the imposition of Hope Uzodimma on Imo State indigents, on Imo State people, by the Supreme Court of Nigeria. They imposed Hope Uzodimma on the people when even the INEC, the people responsible for the Independent National Electoral Commission, made it clear that the number you guys are giving to Hope Uzodimma by the number of votes given to Hope Uzodimma by the Supreme Court is more than the registered number of voters in the state. Not even talking about, oh, okay, let's say the first person, second person, third person, the number of people that voted for them, you take it out, and then Hope Uzodimma's number. No, the number is way above the number of total registered voters in the state. But the Supreme Court said, no, we don't care about what you say. We don't care about that. In as much as we are supposed to get this fact from you, but we don't care because this is what we have been asked to do. So they imposed hope on the people, and this has caused extrajudicial killings. I am talking about the imposition on the people of Imo State. We know about Olo massacre. We know about massacres all over Imo State. We know that Imo State is not safe for anyone. It doesn't matter old or young. Not safe for anyone. People are being killed like animals, like chickens, because of the work of the Supreme Court. This is how the government of Nigeria is causing insecurity, creating insecurity. Creating insecurity. The forceful imposition that gave the Supreme Court governor the courage to even publicly say that he was not going to allow anybody to take away what he has gotten in his hands. He made this statement that what he has gotten in his hands, he will not allow anybody to take it away from him. Which means he was actually referring to the people of Imo State who he was imposed on, that he cannot allow them to take away the mandate that has been given to him by the Supreme Court, not by the people. And because he is backed up by the government, he has so far shown his commitment to maintain this stolen mandate through violence. In broad daylight, he has committed unspeakable atrocities with the help of the Nigerian president, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Often he would call the armed forces to invade communities, kill and abduct innocent people. Now, as I conclude, let me let me just read an information from a newspaper. It's called Imo Trumpeter. It's Imo Trumpeter. It says, Olo massacre. Imo PDP urges Buhari to call Uzodimma to order. Imo PDP, that is the political party in Imo State, urges Buhari to call Uzodimma to order. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, Imo State chapter has described as vendetta the killing of some youths of Otulu in Oru West local government, Imo State, who were returning home from a traditional wedding at Awomama. Now, the massacre these people are talking about is just one massacre, just one out of the several massacres of people. This one is the killing of over, I think, about 14 young men, 14 young boys. 14 people were massacred, courtesy of Hope Uzodimma. Now, for this party, People's Democratic Party, to be able to stand up and speak about this goes to show you the extent of the massacre that has been going on in Imo State. Okay, let me continue. In a press release signed by the State Publicity Secretary of the PDP, Mazi Emenike Meregini, the party said the action was barbaric and a failure on the administration of Governor Hope Uzodimma to secure life and property of Imo people. The party therefore called on President Muhammad Buhari to intervene by setting an independent judicial panel of inquiry to unravel the causes and actors in the insecurity in Imo State. And I will just leave it here because of my time. I have already encroached into Mazi Jonathan's time, but I am trying to just round up a bit in a jiffy. I want to take you to this last part where they called the president to intervene. The president did not set up any panel of inquiry. The president did not intervene because the president already threatened the people that were killed with death. The president threatened these people with massacre. The president made it a public knowledge on Twitter, said that he will deal with them in the language that they understand. talking about the language of massacre of 1967 to 1970, where over 6 million Biafrans were killed. As a matter of fact, so many people who were active during that war said that they cannot count the number. As a matter of fact, some people said, the number 3 million, some 5, some several millions. I mean, these are people bombing houses, bombing hospitals, bombing markets, setting markets ablaze. I mean, these are people who blockaded Biafra on land, sea, and air, causing massive hunger, causing children to die, to starve to death. And the president said that he was going to do that again. And he tried it. They blocked the food delivery from the north. The food that was supposed to be delivered to Biafra land, they blocked it. And when their food was rotten, the same government now paid the farmers there for not sending food to Biafra land. Now, what type of a place does such a thing happen? In what place do you see such a thing happening? Only a government that is hell-bent on exterminating the people. That is the government that goes around making such statements about massacring the people. So I will leave it here, and I hope that those who are listening understand the precarious situation that we are in, because this is a state-sponsored problem, and a lot of people, due to the economic situation of things in the country, are willing to indulge in criminalities, even if they have been told to blame it on IPOB. They go forward to do that. Why? Because they feel that they are backed by a superior power. They are backed by the government. Therefore, they can do and commit atrocities and commit crime. It is very important that the government should be held responsible and be stopped as soon as possible. That is the only way that the people of Biafra, that the people of Africa in extension, and the people of the world will have peace. Because insecurity cannot be restricted to a particular place. If you do not tackle it in time, if you do not nip it in the bud in time, then it will become a serious thorn on the flesh that will probably cost a whole lot of lives internationally. And I encourage those who are listening to understand that this is a serious problem. This is a serious scourge that needs to be handled. Handled not sentimentally, handled directly and properly. And I want to encourage our people to ensure that they contact ESN, they contact IPOB as soon as they have information that will lead to the restoration of peace in our holy land. And this is Radio Biafra, Hello Motherland, coming to you live from Radio Biafra, London. And this is Mazi Sochima Mbanali. Mazi Sochima Mbanali is from Alo province of Biafra land. I want to thank you very much for tuning in. I want to thank you very much for being part of this program this evening. But I will not end this evening without acknowledging our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ohamadike Biafra. Ohamadike Biafra. I want to acknowledge him. I want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much. We cannot really thank him enough. We remain loyal. We remain humble. We remain dedicated to his ways of peace. The ways that he has put in place, led by the DOS, the Directorate of States, led by Mazi Chika Idoziem. I also want to commend them for the good work that they are doing. Please, our people, make sure that you keep in touch. Make sure that you contact ESN whenever. Contact ESN with the numbers provided, of course, so that IPOB will do the needful in securing our land. And please remember, no contacting of ESN directly, as said by our leader, you do not contact them. That they are not your responsibility. Whatever you have to send through to them, go through the Directorate of States, go through the leaders of IPOB, and make that information reachable to them. If you do not do that, then of course you are part of those who are creating insecurity, because you do not know the effect of what you are doing. That is why the people who are involved said to you, no, you know what, when you want to reach these people, go through the Directorate of States, go through the DOS. I want to thank every single person who is working assiduously for the restoration of Biafra, whether you are a Biafran or not, whether no matter where you are from, no matter who you are, I say thank you very much. Thank you very much. And for you for listening, for being part of this program this evening, I say thank you very much, and remain blessed. This is Radio Biafra coming to you live from Radio Biafra London, and you can find us on 102.1 FM. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on various platforms. We have apps. One of our apps is IPOB Community Radio. The other app is Radio Biafra. You can listen to us from any internet-enabled device, and you can also tune in to us from your transistor radio. We are all over. Our website is www.radiobiafra.co. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you very much for listening. Have a wonderful night. Have a wonderful morning. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you and God bless.
Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from our province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct, and today is the 9th day of September in the year of our Lord 2022. Before I continue, or without taking any time, I will hand over the platform to the head of the Directorate of States of the Indigenous People of Biafra, Mazi to address Biafrans as scheduled. Mazi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. I hope I am coming out clear.
You are. Please, Mazi, go on, continue.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, and good night to you wonderful, great Biafrans all over the world. My name is Mazi Chika Edoziem. I come from Ihe Oma. Ihe Oma is in Olu province of Biafra land. And by the grace of Chukwu Kabiama, I serve the indigenous people of Biafra in the Directorate of State as the head of territory. Today, as Jonathan already said, is the 9th of September 2022. And on Tuesday next week, being the 13th of September 2022, we have been informed that the Court of Appeal of Abuja, Nigeria, the zoo, will be holding to hear the appeal of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, against the biased and unjustifiable decision of the Abuja High Court, presided over by Justice Binta Nyako. Great Biafrans, as our leader has already requested, and as we all also know that many of us and many of you out there have continued to supplicate unto heaven, unto Chukwu Abiyama, and of course, unto our ancestors. Our leaders specifically requested that we continue in prayer. And we will continue in prayer that the heaven may take honor and glory on that day, and that the children of Chukwu Abiyama shall have a cause to rejoice. Therefore, we must continue to pray and commit Onyendu in the hands of Chukwu Abiyama, and those of us, we know that this is an appeal, a court of appeal seeking. And we also know that usually most of the time, not always, sometimes, the appearance of defendants are not necessarily required when appeals are being, when appeal court is sitting. But we will not take anything for granted. Therefore, I will ask those Biafrans who are in and around Abuja and its environs, if there is a call for duty, those of you in the very northern region, you should make arrangements to be in Abuja Court of Appeal on the 13th of September. We must continue to show solidarity with our leader and, of course, with our able team of legal representatives. Those in Abuja, let me repeat, make arrangements. Those in the environs of Abuja and those in the northern region make arrangements to be at the court on this very day. As the legal team are pursuing the legal aspect of the release, the unconditional freedom and liberty of our leader, we will also not relent in our international demand for his release as well. And in that direction, we have penciled down the 17th of October. The 17th of October 2022 to be a day of IPOB Family Worldwide Rally in London. A 1 million man march will take place in London on the 17th of October. All roads, therefore, must lead to London on that very day, from all corners of the globe. Arrangements must be, our people must begin to make arrangements to move down to London on this very date. Begin now to ask for those of you who are employed, begin now to put in requests for to be granted off on that very day, or at least 2 days, from your workplace. The details of the rally, the flyers will be coming in due time. We will be making it public very shortly, so that our mobilization will continue until the day we will surpass. Biafrans, we must surpass what we did in Brussels in July. The Brussels was great, it was wonderful from all aspects, but we must surpass not only in attendance, but also in making sure that our demand is heard and listened to by the world authorities and the world powers and countries. Now, there is something very, very troubling that is happening in Biafra land. A serial abuse of Biafran teenage girls by the Nigerian Janjaweed military. The abomination, this abomination being committed by Nigerian security agencies, be it the army, the police, the DSS, and their respective detention facilities across the zoo, where they have filled these detention facilities with Biafran youths, young men and women. The abomination that is happening there, the defilement of teenage girls, underage girls, is very, very troubling. It's very troubling, and we know that the zoo and all its institutions are built on lies and denials. Amnesty International brought out a report and indicted the Nigerian army, the Nigerian secret police, the Gestapo DSS, the Nigerian police, of committing untold crime against humanity by way of abducting, kidnapping, and extrajudicially murdering our youths and our men, and of course our women. They have denied it, but we can see, we have seen, we are receiving very genuine reports, eyewitness reports of the crime of rape that these murderers and these cursed men in uniform are committing against the Biafran youths, and specifically Biafran young girls. The problem is that they do not even distinguish whether one is an underage girl or a grandmother in this their barbaric and animalistic act of rape. They do not make any distinction. Their purpose is to defile our women. Some they have impregnated. Some will die in the course of being defiled uncountably. These men do not make any distinction. Men who have no, in fact, I call them morally delinquent. They have no morals. As the most painful part is that as our youths are being abducted in the dead of the night, as our girls are being kidnapped, these evils are happening and being committed in our land, and the elders of the land are nowhere to be found. Those who love to be called the leaders, who cherish so much to be called elders of the land and leaders and political leaders and religious leaders, these evils are being perpetrated before their very eyes. The custodians of our values and culture, they have all lost their voices. Why have they lost their voice? Because they have abdicated their responsibility to hide under the cover of their wife's wrapper. They have abdicated their duty. They have become lily-livered. And it is these same individuals that will, at the slightest opportunity, at the slightest, happening or event, they will complain that the youths are disrespectful, that the youths are not respecting their elders. And I ask, how can you expect a young man or even a young woman? How can you expect a person who look up to you as an elder, as a religious leader, as a traditional ruler? How can you expect them to respect you when you have abdicated your duty, when you have refused and neglected to speak against evil that is being committed daily on either his young sister or even his mother? How can you expect them? It is these troubling happenings in our land that has empowered and emboldened, because the leaders cannot, those who call themselves elders and leaders, they cannot speak. They have refused to speak. Now these marauders, these murderers, these morally backward individuals in the army or police uniform or even the DSS, whatever they call them, they have escalated their evil in that they now harvest. They harvest the organs of our youths. They arrest them, take them to their military barracks, the police detentions, unknown places, without any access to family, to doctor, or to their legal representative. We have the case of the young teenage girl Idara Go for the past 10 months and counting. This young woman has, we do not know what has become of her, if she's still even alive. What was her crime? Idara God was celebrating her birthday And she decided to put on a clothing of her choice. That was her crime. She was abducted. We cannot even begin to imagine what has happened to this young woman. And where are the elders? Where are the politicians? Where are those who will come to you and every 4 years and ask you, I will vote for me and I will do this for you? Where are these people when their children have become a sport to be killed? The Nigerian security agencies have made our youth a sport for testing their I don't know how they can easily or quickly kill somebody and defy them. Where are the youth? And this is happening all over Biafra land. All over Biafra land from Enugu to Anambra to Ebonyi, from Ebonyi to Delta State, from Delta to Bayelsa State, to River State, just name it, and to Imo State, which has become the pinnacle of this gruesome and cruel barbarism against our people. Imo State, the city, has become the center of all that has brought out the untold, unimaginable wickedness in the Nigerian security agencies, and of course the militias that are being formed here and there by these governments. Where are the elders, I ask? Where are the custodians of our culture and our values? Where are you, religious leaders? Are you not missing some of your congregants who attend your churches? Have you not heard that they are missing? What have you done? But when the youth will begin to actually assert their rights, that is when you people will ask them to calm down. Calm down for what? So calm down so that they can continue to be mauled down daily and in broad daylight. Calm down so that they will continue. The Nigerian army will continue to kidnap them and forcefully enforce their disappearances and rape those that they can rape. The face of this evil we have seen it that in the face of this untold wickedness, that the vulture in Imo State, which has become the center of all this wickedness, there the person who usurped what never belonged to him is now adding salt to injury. And he is inviting his co-blood sucker in Asura to our land. He is inviting the impostor in Asura to come into our land to urinate upon the graves of those that they have jointly killed. He is inviting this murderer into our land to come and spit on our faces and ask us, what can he do? He is inviting this man while he is still holding the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra hostage. And we say we cannot accept that. We will not accept that. Therefore, tonight, the visit of Jubril going by the name of Muhammad Buhari in Imo State is unwelcome. He is not welcome in Biafra land and not in Imo State. He is unwelcome, and we will demonstrate our anger and our rejection of this man in our land. They have fixed his visit to happen on the 13th of September, Tuesday, next week, the same date that they are taking our leader to court. The same day that they are trying an innocent man whose only crime was because he asked for the liberty and freedom of his people. The same day that this vulture in Imo State is inviting the murder of our people into our land to come and laugh at us. The 10th of September, Tuesday, 2022 is hereby declared a total lockdown of the whole of Biafra land. Total sit at home. Total. Animals or whatever you call yourself, we will not want to see you on the road. Try us and see what we can do. There will be total lockdown on Tuesday, the 13th of September 2022. The whole of Biafra land must be under lock and key. I am therefore calling upon our brethren in Biafra land, the market leaders, the transport association workers and transport owners association, the schools and the clergy, the churches. We are asking you tonight that on Tuesday, the 13th of September, you must let whatever you have to do on that day be postponed for another day, because we will lock down everywhere. School children must not go to school. School institutions, educational institutions must not open. Banks must not open. Nothing will move on Biafra land on Tuesday. We will not accept, this generation cannot accept that you can continue to kill us, maim us, incarcerate us, rape our young men and our young women, murder our mothers and our fathers and their farmlands, and you hold our leader for committing no crime, and you are inviting a murderer in our land to come and spit on the grave of those he killed. That will not happen, and that cannot happen. Every one of us from tonight, you make your arrangements and make sure you have what you need on Tuesday. You go out, whether you want on Monday or Sunday or Saturday, and buy what you need for Tuesday. Total lockdown from 4 a.m. in the morning till 7 p.m. on Tuesday. There shall be no movement. No movement. If you want to try us, try and let's see. The Nigerian contraption, the zoo, is a fraud, a big fraud. And I will tell you why it is a fraud tonight. They call it the Zoological Republic of Nigeria, and that is why, that is an apt, very, very apt and appropriate name for this, this enterprise set up by the British. This Zoological Republic is worse than the this Yahoo tricks and fraud that they are using to molest young men. Recently, the Northern Elders spokesperson, in the name of Hakim Baba Ahmed, or whatever he calls himself, he said that Biafra did not exist before the amalgamation of Zoo. In Wakiko, have you heard anything like that before? Amalgamation that happened in 1914. This man in Korokoro daylight, he came out without shame to spit the nonsense that Biafra did not exist. He even said Oduduwa did not exist before, Yoruba did not exist before the amalgamation of the zoo in 1914. This is what now, I want all of you to pay attention. This is one of the reasons why they removed history from the school curriculum in their schools. This is one of the reasons. So that this generation, or the children born already now in this generation, and the coming generations, will be a product of half-baked education, which we all know that half-baked education is worse than no education, I'll tell you. Can you begin to imagine a people without history? Can you conceptualize? Can you begin to think about a people without history? Is history not simply the past? That is what it means. History just is the past. And somebody is telling you that you have no past. You have no past. You are just in the present. Therefore, don't think about history. That is the reason they took the history from the curriculum to put a cotton wool over your eyes, to dampen your hunger to know from where you're coming from, where you are at the present and where you have to be in the future. If they tell you that you do not need to know your past, if anybody tells you that you don't need to know your past, it simply presupposes, it simply means that there is something, some knowledge, some very important information that they want to bury forever and forever. Unfortunately, however, for them, IPOB is here and this generation is here. Unfortunately for them, heaven sent our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. Unfortunately for them, he has built an army that the ideas and ideology that he has impacted in us cannot be stopped either by incarceration, by arrest, nor by bullet. 1 million or 1 billion Nigerian soldiers cannot stop the coming of Biafra. They cannot stop what Okike has ordained that it must happen. And it will happen in their presence, in their face, it will happen. IPOB is here. And IPOB has become the nemesis of these charlatans that call themselves the zoo leaders. This quota system, Dr. No sense. That is what he wants us to believe. This man wants us to believe. He wants us to believe that 1914 is where we must begin to count or talk about our history. He wants to turn history upside down because he knows. They know. It is well calculated, premeditated. They know that the history of the Fulani in the zoo dates back only to the 19th century. Just 18 something. That is their history in the zoo. That is what they want to use to compare to a civilization that has existed for millennia and millennia. I am sure that many of you, I'm sure those who are listening tonight, those who had the opportunity to do some history or did some history during their secondary school days, I am sure that you may have heard about Oyo or Dahomey Empire. And if you take just a little bit back when these empires stood, when they existed, these existed in centuries 500 years before even the Fulani even began to imagine that they will move away from the foothills of Footage Island, led by vultures, to find or to come to the zoo and carry out their jihad. They are trying to tell you that you have no use so that their jihad can continue. That is all this is all about. And I want to tell you, all of us tonight, that the Fulani, all that they are doing is subtle. They are at the, in fact, at the middle stage of their jihad. They cannot no more openly, carry out the jihad as they did before. So they are using every state apparatus, every state institution to emasculate the inhabitants, the indigenous inhabitants of the land, so that they can take over the land and then wipe away generations that may have, had the opportunity to know where their history began and where and how they have found themselves in the quagmire that is called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. It is this quota system, Dr. Hamid or whatever. He wants to convince dollars like himself. He wants to convince those who are, in the same, having the same agenda like he himself, that the ancient kingdom of Biafra, the cradle of civilization and democracy, the center of the universe, did not exist before 1914. It is laughable. It is mind-boggling, I have to say. This man is telling us the place where you have 0 longitude and 0 latitude, the beginning of the beginning, the center of the earth. He's telling us that it did not exist. I don't know if people are comprehending where these people are coming from, where they are going. And they have done their economic emasculation. They have done their pogroms and genocide. They have tried to, in fact, they are in the process of emasculating our culture and value system. Now they want to tell you that the center of the universe is only, in fact, it never existed until 1914. How I don't know what else to call this if not total madness. You see, this is why Onyendu, our leader, always asked them to tell us who they were, who are you people? Those who are now, who have been modeled to get into this British economic experiment. Those of you, the indigenous, who were you before that amalgamation of the zoo took place in 1940? And even if you want to, even if for the sake of argument, you say, okay, the documents are available strictly and clearly states that the colonizers entered into treaties with Biafra. So, if they entered into treaty with Biafra, is this Biafra that they enter into treaty with in the sky or under the earth or in the seas? It is the same spot where we are, where we have always been, and where we shall always be to the glory of heaven and to Biafra. It's this spot. The conspiracy against us is not just Fulani. Fulani is the hand that the powers are using to try and see if they can drive us away from the center of the earth so that they can come in and then take over the blessings which is embedded in that land. And I'm telling them tonight that they cannot succeed because it is like you're fighting what you cannot see. You are seeing young Biafrans, you are arresting them, you are incarcerating them, you are murdering them, you have extraordinarily rendition their leader. You are kidnapping them. You are forcefully, disappearing them because you think you can cow us into raising our hands and say, please come and take over. In fact, you are a big dreamer. They are big dreamers, and they will wake up from their slumber and from their dream before they know it. And that day shall be the day the heralding of the kingdom of heaven on earth shall be heralded. The Biafra, free, sovereign, and independent nation. It will happen before their very eyes. If the Fulani do not have a history, we Biafrans, we have a very rich history. We have a very proud history, and we are very proud of it. And no one, not man, not woman, not spirit, can take that away from us. That is who we are, and that is who we were, and that is who we shall ever remain to the end of time. The children of heaven, the light that Chukwokike has put on this earth, and the hope of the black race. Because of this, we must help the zoo to do what? To fall over the cliff. Biafrans, I want you to pay very good attention tonight because we must help the zoo to do what? In fact, we have to push it. It is already at the precipice. The zoo is at the precipice. Everybody knows. They are lying to themselves. Those in the zoo. You are lying to yourself. It does not matter. You can deny it. The world knows that you are standing at the precipice. Now the Biafrans will help to push you over the cliff. And how are we going to do this? It is a divine duty from tonight and from tomorrow that every Biafran must do all that is needed to be done to expedite the destruction and the disintegration of this British enterprise called the zoological contraption of Nigeria. Every Biafran has a duty. Whether you are our mother that is selling vegetables in the market, I am speaking to you. Are you the carpenter that is doing your work, practicing your trade? I am speaking to you tonight. Are you the market man in our great markets in Onitsha, Nnewi, Aba, and the rest of it? And those of you in foreign lands like Lagos, Kanu, and all the rest of it. I am speaking to you tonight. Are you a worker employed either by the zoo or by anybody private or public sector, I am speaking to you as well tonight. And also, are you a religious person? I am as well speaking to you tonight. We have a divine duty to help push this contraption over the precipice into the abyss. To this effect, and starting from tomorrow, the Zoo Naira is worth less than paper, toilet paper. Beg your pardon. The Zoo Naira. Now listen, the Zoo, it is not if the Zoo will disintegrate. It does not matter what the politicians are doing. It does not matter the whatever anybody wants to do or say. The Zoo will disintegrate sooner and sooner. And when it disintegrates, when it is destroyed, like when you said with the truth, and we have done that. He did it more than any other person, of course. He has exposed the lie that is called Nigeria. Now, when this lie finally is destroyed and disintegrates, that thing they call their money, Naira, if you have it 1 trillion, it is a waste paper for you, because we will not use it in Biafra land. If you have it 1,000, it is a waste paper for you, because no country will take it. Therefore, you must begin to think ahead. Remember 1970. Remember, Asuna, if you fool me once, it's my fault. But if you fool me twice, I am a fool. Right. If you fool me, you can fool me once, yeah, because probably I wasn't aware. It's your luck. But if after you have fooled me and you come again and fool me the same way a second time, then I must be a fool. We must not forget 1970. They gave you 20 pounds. 20 pounds, irrespective of what you had in the bank. Millionaires, we had them. Millionaires, when money was money. You had to be given only 20 pounds to start alive, to start afresh, to start a new life. And because you are a blessed race, because you are a blessed generation, because you are beloved of Chukwuabiam, how many years from 1970? Can you tell me if there is any single race, maybe if you begin to really compare, probably the Jews of Israel, but there's no race that has survived and surpassed every expectation from our humble beginnings to where we are today. That is why I said, listen carefully, because 1970 is about to repeat itself. What the Fulani are not, they are not keeping Naira. They will steal the money. They will steal the oil. They will sell it. They keep their funds in foreign currency, not in Naira, because they know the zoo is falling and it will disintegrate and the Naira will be worthless. Worthless. That time, the Zimbabwe money you had to carry it. You have to carry it on a wheelbarrow, for you to buy a loaf of bread. That will be actually to compare to what is going to happen to the zoo and its Naira. It was okay for the Zimbabwe. Nobody will take your Naira to even buy bread. Now, therefore, this leadership of the indigenous people of Biafra is calling upon all Biafrans tonight. Convert every excess Naira that you have into the following foreign currencies. If you are a worker, they pay your salary. You know what you spend in a month. Just leave that one that you will spend in that month. The rest, convert it into any of these following currencies. If you're a market woman, a trader, a teacher, whatever you may be your occupation, whatever may be your work, whatever you make, excess of it, apart from the one that you use on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis, the rest, convert it into any of the following currencies that I'm going to mention tonight to you. And please, when you convert this money into any of these currencies, don't put it into the bank, oh please, oh, because I'm sorry, I will speak this in English, in Igbo. Foreign currency, Ndi Fulani jiranya $, na pounds, na euro, na yen, and the rest of it. They will go there and of course bring one overnight law and take all your money. Don't keep it in your house. Don't keep this money you have converted into your house, because before they will say that IPOB has now told people to convert money and keep it in the house, and then criminals will start to go to house and begin. The army, actually the police in uniform, not criminals actually. The police and the army will begin to now go to your house and begin to do what? To tell you where, show us that dollar, show us that oil. Don't keep this money in your house. Don't keep it in your bank. Because if you keep your money in the bank, what the police are doing, they move around with POS or whatever they call it, all this machine, and they will tell you, give us the PIN, and they will take all you have saved there. All you need to put there is what you need for the month. They will, if anybody takes it, you have a backup. You have something that you will use to begin life at the declaration of Biafra. The currencies that you must change your funds into. And I'm asking our people, we don't want what is happening with the AFIBO to repeat itself. Our people must begin to be their brother's keeper. Because what the report we are hearing is that people are, rearing our local cows, and they are selling these cows exorbitant. Why would that be? Why must you deliberately be profiteering from your own brother when you know that it's all for the survival of all, for every one of us? So all of you who are in money exchange, you will make your money, of course, because the more you change, just follow the economic principle of production of the more you produce and the more you sell at a little gain, the more you can make out of it. Not that you want to sell one and then become a millionaire. So please don't begin now to start to turn the exchange rate into something that people will begin to get offended with or get pissed off about. These currencies that you can change your money, that anytime the zoo disintegrates, anytime Biafra comes, you can change this money and use it to change it into the Biafran currency that will be introduced, and begin to live your life and build your life and start a new life. The European euro, the American dollar, some of these are, of course, they are colonial money, but we have no choice at the moment. Until we become a nation, we will show them what a nation is and what our currency will. It cannot be. It's not the. They will call it the Biafra pound. How can we call it pound anyway? That's for another day. Now, like I said, these currencies include the European euro, the American dollar, the Swiss francs, the Japanese yen, the Canadian dollar, the Australian dollar, the British pound, of course, the South African rand, yes, and the Ghanaian cedi, yes. If you can change your money into South African rand, don't change it in French francs. So with because when you change it, you are also supporting France to continue to impoverish our French-speaking brothers in Francophone area. Don't change it into French francs. Change it any African. If you want to change it to an African currency, change it to Ghanaian cedi or to the South African rand. At least their money is still stable. Their environment is also politically stable for the moment, so their money will continue to appreciate. And when you change it at the time the African currency will be introduced, you will have something to begin life. And I want to repeat, don't, after converting this money, don't put it in the bank. Don't put it in your heart. Well, you people have common sense now. Oh, you can think out where you can. If you don't know anything else, go and hide it. Go and dig a ground and put it somewhere there. Convert your naira into any of these currencies because the zoo will fall. It will fall, and your naira, when zoo falls, will be worthless. Worthless. I have spoken. Those of you in the north, when you make that exchange, come back to the east and keep that money somewhere. Don't tell anybody. Don't even tell your wife. Maybe only your wife, of course, so that other mama on the table will go see, in English, in case of incasity, you can tell your wife. Just the two of you will know, and your wife that you trust. If you don't trust your wife, please, but I won't go into marriage issues here. My message to all of us tonight, to Biafrans tonight, is that we must begin from tomorrow to accelerate the complete disintegration of the economic nerve of the zoo, which is the Biafran people that are holding this country. Let us do this for 1 month. Let us do this for the next couple of months, and the result will show by itself. Biafrans, as I have said already, 13th of September 2022 is a total and absolute lockdown in Biafra land. All must put their hands on the deck because this battle is all of us. And the victory we must get. For us, it is Biafra or Biafra. There shall be neither retreat nor surrender as far as this struggle is concerned. Now I have some announcements to make, my dear great people of Biafra. I have some announcements to make, and these announcements go this way. The following persons are assigned new responsibility or responsibilities, as the case may be, in the IPOB worldwide family. These individuals have been appointed to these positions to continue to strengthen the family and continue to work towards our objectives and our goals, which is the unconditional release of our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and the ultimate, because it is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu or Hamadike that will lead us into a free, sovereign Biafra nation. Whether the enemy like it or not, whether they like it or not, Onyendu is rejoining us the soonest. Mazi Chukwu Dubem Ozo is appointed the new IPOB China Family National Coordinator. All principal officers all IPOB family members in China, and of course in all other countries that I'm going to call, you must give these new principal servants the maximum cooperation, the maximum support, and work in concert with them as they carry out their responsibilities and implement instructions passed down to them from the hierarchy of this very great country. Mazi Chukwu Dubem also is the new IPOB China Family National Coordinator. Of course, our family in China, they already know this, but I want to make it more public so that the world will also know, and other family members of IPOB in the world will also be aware of it. Mazi HAUSA Ebiwe is appointed IPOB Netherlands National Coordinator. Mazi HAUSA Ebiwe is our IPOB National Coordinator for Netherlands, also called Holland. Mazi Tochukwu Madu is appointed the IPOB Malta National Coordinator, and Mazi Madu replaces the former national coordinator who moved to another country. And of course, as you move to another country, I believe you will continue to be part of this Noble family there. Do not relent, do not retreat, and do not surrender. Remain focused, remain dedicated in your duty or in your new family that you have moved to, your new place of residence. Mazi Ikenna Njoku is the new Scotland Regional Coordinator. Ikenna Njoku is the new Scotland Regional Coordinator for IPOB UK family. He replaces Mazi Jocelyn Ndiulo. Mrs. Uju Ebosimba is also the new coordinator for IPOB North London Zone. Mrs. Uju Ebosimba is the new IPOB North London Zone coordinator. Mazi Mike Ezebiro is appointed the new IPOB Anambra North Senatorial Coordinator. Mike Ezebiro is the new IPOB Anambra North Senatorial Coordinator. Anywhere we see those who are not supposed to be in our midst, for having other agenda, we will not spare them. That is why we will continue to sanitize this family and to purge every parasite. I don't want to plagiarize. Of course, we heard our Lord, our leader's wife, marvelously describe some of these individuals in our midst. And so I'm not going to plagiarize, but I'm saying that anyone who is in our midst that has ulterior reason to be in our midst, we will find you out, we will purge you, we will remove you, we will expel you, as the case may be. Mike Ezebiro is appointed the new IPOB Anambra North Senatorial Coordinator. Mazi Mike Nweze is appointed the new local government coordinator for IPOB Nnewi North. Mike Nweze is appointed the new local government coordinator for IPOB Nnewi North in Anambra State. Mazi Chukwu Neta Neta is the new IPOB Obaru local government zonal coordinator. Mazi Chukwu Neta is our new local government coordinator for Obaru in Anambra State. Mazi Noel Okongu is the former secretary of IPOB in Omaba Zone. He now takes over as the zonal coordinator for Omaba Owuwa Zone. Mazi Noel Okonkwo is the new IPOB Omaba Owuwa Zone zonal coordinator. And Mazi Solomon Nubia is appointed the new IPOB Western Cape coordinator. Mazi Nnamdi replaces Mazi Innocent Alia, who from tonight is the former Western Cape coordinator. The following individuals, for actually not understanding what this struggle is all about, and for acts that do not merit their positions and the responsibility that was given to them, they are suspended indefinitely from their positions. And the following are Mazi George Ume. Mazi George Ume is suspended from being IPOB North London Zonal Coordinator indefinitely. And Mrs. Macy Onkwe, who was Michigan Zonal Coordinator, she is also suspended indefinitely. And the Michigan zone is shut down forthwith. The Michigan zone is closed. We, like we are always known to do, we will rebuild the Michigan zone from scratch into a more formidable and more cohesive and, of course, very, very important zone in London. Michigan zone, former coordinator by the name Mrs. Onkwe is indefinitely suspended, and that zone is closed down. Now, these individuals have no reason to be in our midst, and they are, of course, expelled forthwith. Mazi Jocelyn Ndiulo is relieved of his duty as IPOB Regional Coordinator for Scotland and expelled. We don't take nonsense in this family, not at all. We do not take prisoners. If you do not know, in fact, if you do not, you are still a principal officer and you don't know why you are here, tender your resignation and we will find apt and appropriate and willing family, hardcore IPOB family members to, of course, take the responsibility to guide and lead our people wherever you may have decided to turn in the towel. Mazi Nelson Ume Ebe, Mazi Nelson Ume Ebe, he was the former Omaba Zone coordinator. He's expelled for soliciting for unauthorized funds from the public in contravention to IPOB's standing order. You don't go around using IPOB's name to defraud people, and they will think you are supporting the struggle. That, and Biafra land has been told to cease from for any form of collecting funds and raising funds. If you have issues with money, you contact the leadership, and to the best of our ability, we will be able to see what can be done from this angle. But don't go out of your way and begin to defraud people. When you do this, you are putting our hard-earned name into disrepute, and we cannot tolerate that. Mazi Ugo Michael Marizu. Mazi Ugo Michael Marizu is IPOB Quebec, Canada. He is expelled for gross act of indiscipline. Continuous gross act of indiscipline. This is somebody that was suspended, and after a time he was brought back, but he has not learned his lesson. Therefore, we cannot continue to pamper anybody who refuses to listen and who refuses to see us. He is expelled from this very, very family in Canada. And together with him is Mazi Chima Ndiulo from IPOB Quebec. He's also expelled for gross act of indiscipline. This young man, in IPOB, we do not fight a family member, but this man has the temerity to use a sharp object to break the head of our coordinator in Quebec. Who gave you that authority? Who gave you the temerity to even lay your hand upon somebody who is serving IPOB? That is, you have crossed the red line, and therefore you do not belong. You do not belong, in fact, to this very, very noble family. And Eunice Onya is a former women leader in Idemili South. Eunice Onya also doesn't know what discipline means, and she doesn't know what following instructions means. She is expelled from being IPOB family member in Anambra State, and of course, she is no longer IPOB woman leader in Idemili South. Now also we have Chukwuma Nwangu. Chukwuma Nwangu, a unit coordinator in Zone 1, Okija, Anambra State. This man is also known with the name, because him and a nickname that kills a dog. He's also called Aku Enwebe. Aku Enwebe. Well, this man, you know, you see the name is sounding Aku. Aku means somehow one of the meaning of Aku is well, and he is so possessed with making well that he has turned himself into a criminal. Being in our midst as IPOB principal, we will not spare you. He is simply a criminal in our midst and has no place in this noble family. Chukwuma Nwangu, a unit coordinator in Zone 1, Okija, Anambra State, also known with the name Akwemwebe. He has been expelled from this family. Mazi Adendu Uyo is formerly the IPOB Pretoria Deputy Zonal Coordinator. He is also expelled. And finally, Mazi Sunday Udaja. Mazi Sunday Udaja is the Sunyani Zonal Coordinator, who is also a regional coordinator in Brong, Ahafo in Ghana. This man is also expelled, and he does not belong here. All of these people that I have called their name for expulsion, they do not belong here. We have no problem. We, this family, we are not, you know, it's not as if we want to claim that it is only us that must fight for Biafra. No. IPOB, led by Nnamdi Kanu, has its objective set before it. And if you wish and desire to belong to this family, you must follow the rules of this very, very movement. We are not here for Tito Tato or for Dilly Daniel or for any other thing, but to make sure that our people receive or regain their liberty and freedom as a race, their dignity as a nation, and of course, take over their heritage which Chukwabiyama has blessed them with. All of those who have been appointed tonight as responsible, as being given different responsibilities, I am pulling your ear. I speak this one for broken. I pull my ear. Don't go in there and begin to, because you have been given a new responsibility, you begin to misbehave. If we get you, you will not know what hit you. Just do your job. If something is not very clear to you, ask your superior, and they will properly guide you well. You know. And so I am reiterating, because one of the most important message tonight is that the 13th of September 2022, being Tuesday next week, of course, that is the day that our leader's case will come up in Abuja Zoo Court of Appeal. Those in Abuja and its environs must do the needful. Support, show solidarity to our leader and show solidarity to our legal team, and make sure you also keep your eyes open. Watch out for your brothers while you're there. And as we always do, we do it the way that the world will always marvel that how these people are disciplined is beyond what is known in Black Africa. Those that must go to Abuja from for this very court case within the northern region and Abuja environment and its environs, please be security conscious. Now, the very second important message tonight is that the thing as well of September, being Tuesday 2022, is a total lockdown in Biafra land. Buhari, or whatever he calls himself, the person who is being invited by the vulture in Imo State, is not wanted in our land. You cannot come to our land and spit upon the grave and urinate upon the grave of those you murdered. You cannot come and laugh in our face and tell us when you build a toilet, you call the bloodsucker to come and laugh at us. We will not accept it, and we cannot condone it. By the grace of Elohim, Chukwu and our ancestors, Biafra for us is not just a name. Biafra for us is not just a name. It is more than a name for us. Biafra is more than our identity. Biafra is more than our heritage. Biafra is our being. It is the air that we breathe. It is the air that we breathe. That is why that anything that the zoo is doing to stop us, it is null and void. It cannot succeed. Because the air we breathe is from Chukwu, and Chukwu has given us Biafra, and no man nor spirit will stop it. Continue to put our leader in prayers. Those of you who knows how to call upon our ancestors, ceaselessly call upon them. Don't tire in supplicating unto heaven. Don't tire in calling upon the name of Chukwu. Don't tire in presenting our case before our ancestors, because they are in this battle with us. And Chukwu has assured us of victory. And victory we shall get. From me, from here, it is good night and remain blessed. Thank you so much for listening.
Can say anything you like, however you want to say it. This is your radio station, and the world must hear your voice.
"1967 was the year, a year not to be forgotten in the history of mankind, a year of massacre, mass murder, genocide against the defenseless people of Biafra, men, women, and children, while the whole world watched and get entertained with the precious blood of Biafra spilled. The world watched and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, "Omo Biafra, Murunanya, onye ndị iro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. The voice of Radio Biafra. The voice of the voiceless. The voice of freedom. 55 years later, Radio Biafra is still defending humanity, bringing you news, information, analysis, revealing and exposing the kingdom of darkness called the Zoo Nigeria, saturating humanity with melody, music. Radio Biafra. We will never stop until Biafra is restored and beyond Biafra restoration. Do you know why? Radio Biafra, the first, and we are the last. Radio Biafra, we saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial 102.1 FM. Olu, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra, we got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. Good evening, great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people. Permit me to welcome you this evening. It is indeed a great day, a day that Chukwu Kikabiama have made. And of course, we have come this evening to do the noble. All right, this evening, of course, it is indeed a great evening because this evening we will be having the erudite barrister of IPOB. He is a senior counsel of IPOB. I must try as much as I can to get this straight, to get it correct. Very, very important. But I will be having Barrister Ejiofor. He will be joining me this evening. And of course, and he will be talking to Biafrans this evening. I need to introduce him very well. It is important that we do that. Of course, he is IPOB lead counsel and senior counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the person of Barrister Ejiofor. And of course, he is a busy man, as you know, and without wasting further time, I want to see if I can connect him directly because of his time. We don't need to waste time, but of course, I need to welcome Biafrans wherever you are this evening. And if you are hearing the sound of my voice this evening, my name's Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha, and of course, we are live, we are direct, and it is indeed so. Radio Biafra is where you are. All right, I think I have Barrister already with me, and because of our time issue, let me see if the Barrister can hear me. Good evening, Barrister. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you clear, very clear.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister Ejiofor, and we welcome you to Radio Biafra. It is constructive argument with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha, and Biafrans all around the world have joined in this evening to listen to our erudite barrister, the man who has been doing exploits, of course, in the field of key specialization. Barrister, we welcome you once again. Please, without wasting time, of course, I will give you a few minutes to talk to Biafrans, to greet Biafrans, and then, of course, we will get straight to the question. Over to you, Barrister.
Thank you so much. Good evening from here, Biafra. Good morning from here, and good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mr. Kechuku, for having me at the program.
Thank you very much.
The pleasure is not mine. We are, of course, I'm still working. We are fighting it on to ensure that our victory is actualized. And I can see green light as I speak to you. So something good is about to happen. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Barrister, and welcome. All right, Barrister, let's get straight to it. Of course, a lot of legal jargon has been spoken, and the laymen need to comprehend this evening, and that is why we brought you on, so that you can break it down to a layman perspective. Now, let's start from Kenya, Barrister. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was abducted from Kenya and brought to Nigeria. Please, can you take us through, in a nutshell, what exactly transpired before we get where we are today? Over to you, Barrister.
Well, for that appreciation of the part of the entire part of the case, it's important for us to, first of all, understand what happened on September 14, 2017, because that is the origin of the entire problem. Of course, you are aware that on 14th of April 2017, our indefensible client, Nnamdi Kanu, was granted bail by the Federal High Court at Abuja, and the matter was subsequently adjourned to October 17th for trial, and he left home for bail and abide by the conditions and terms of bail. So on between 10th and 14th of September 2017, Nigerian Army invaded his premises in an clear attempt to eliminate him. Now we established about 5 persons were killed, gruesomely murdered in the process, and he eventually escaped by act of providence. So finally he found himself in the state of Israel, so wherein he deposed stability of part of what happened in his home on 14th of September 2017. The part of this case, being an eyewitness account, was subsequently filed before Federal High Court Abuja here, inviting the court therein to inquire and investigate what actually led to the involved invasion of his home, a person who was granted bail by the court, who is apparently under the protection of the court, and without allowing him to come to court on October 17th for trial, the war was taken to his house in a clear mission to eliminate him. That application was not had until this year May. However, the Nigerian government, of course, moved to Kenya, abducted him in a commando style, kept him somewhere in collaboration apparently with the Kenya authority, kept him in an isolated environment, subjected him to all forms of torture. After spending 8 days, they criminally smuggled him into Nigeria and took him to court on the 29th of June 2021 without reference to us. During that illegal proceedings, he was ordered to be remanded in DSS custody. Also very interesting to note that when he was abducted in Kenya on the 19th of June 2021, 4 days after, or there are a few days after, the prosecution went to court without reference to us also. That was on 23rd of June 2021, and mentioned the case without reference to us. And then we have not been able to establish contact with him. So, unknown to all that were in court, obviously making preparation for him to report to Nigeria. Then on 29th, he took him to court. So when he was abducted in Kenya, because we are using the word abducted, having been confirmed by the court and established before the court that he was actually abducted, the Nigerian government, the good agent that went to Kenya to pick him, never subjected him to any form of preparation proceedings to determine whether or otherwise he has committed offense that will require him to be extradited to Nigeria. These are international instruments which Nigeria is a state party to. They violated this international laws, convention, and protocol an attempt to forcibly bring it to Nigeria. So, of course, we are aware the position of international law and even Nigerian law, which also refers to Section 15 of the Extradition Act and also OAU Convention and Protocol on Prevention and Combating of Terrorism and Article 12.4 of African Charter of Human and People's Rights. These are laws Nigeria is a state party to. So we filed an objection before the court. That's grounded on so many about 2 grounds. First ground is challenging the powers of the court to proceed with trial without first of all determining the manner in which was brought before her court. This fundamental issue was raised. The court the lower court never determined those issues. And the Nigerian government never resolved issues with us in that respect. So we went on appeal. And appeal found for us and said that what happened in Kenya is executive recklessness. And by violating international and local laws, that no trial in Nigeria, no court in Nigeria will ever try Nnamdi again.
All right, Barrister, sorry to interrupt you before you get to the appeal court. I want you to explain to Biafrans what is the meaning of jurisdiction, because people don't understand what jurisdiction is all about. People are saying no. Okay. Please go ahead. Explain to them exactly what is jurisdiction.
Let me explain it in a layman language.
Thank you very much.
You see, before a court will adjudicate or will handle any matter, the court will determine first of all whether the parties are proper before the court, whether the subject matter, the cause of action, brought before the court, and such will the court have powers to execute upon, whether the court is properly constituted to handle that matter. And whether the court has powers, it has powers to look into that matter. If there's any vice of any form, which will not permit the court to proceed with the hearing, it will first of all be determined upon. Because if the court had proceeded to conduct the trial or hear the case, then probably when we eventually get a big court, and a big court found that the court not supposed to move on with that matter without first of all determining the fundamental issues raised before him, then that trial the court conducted will be a nullity. No matter how beautiful it has been conducted, has been done, or the length of evidence or the quality of evidence so far adduced before the lower court. So it simply means powers of the court to hear or adjudicate a particular matter or a subject before him. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much for clearing that out, which means we are dealing with 2 issues here. Number 1 is jurisdictional issue, and number 2 is violation of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fundamental human rights. And these 2 alone is enough to discharge and acquit him. Please go ahead.
Now, you see, let me explain this thing further. That was why I actually made effort in posting page 41 as contained in the lead document delivered in the Court of Appeal. When we talk about the start, and also we also have how it's what I talk about acquittal, it's being governed by different principles of law. If you talk about that, the start can happen when probably someone has got when the proof evidence or probably the proof attached in proof of the charge are not established to face, or where the court has no jurisdiction, like in this case, to proceed with the hearing. The applicant or the person involved can be discharged. Now, there are circumstances under which a person's discharge can as well be acquitted. That acquittal can happen where an evidence has been given in proof of the case. Probably when the prosecutor has called one witness to give evidence in proof of the case, then and before the division of the court is challenged. In that case, the court will not stop at this time. The court can also acquit because evidence has given, but even if the person hasn't been consigned, the law says you will discharge him and acquit. But what happened in Onyendu's case is more fortifying, more stronger in terms than acquittal. And now let me say this to you. I will give you a live case. Sometime last 3 months, I was in a state to argue our application or no case submission. Some people were arrested, about 13 of them, and accused of being involved in some offenses. Evidence were led by the prosecution witnesses. Exhibits were tendered. And at the conclusion of the prosecution case, we file an objection. We file what they call no case submission, inviting the court to hold that evidence led by the prosecution witnesses are not strong enough to establish the bogus charge preferred against these people. Of course, then you must have seen your television over the social media then. Then the court at the end of the day filed for us. The court accordingly discharged those 57 persons and acquitted them of the crime allegedly committed in the court judgment. Now, what these people did, on the day the matter was coming up for judgment, obviously they must have had a hint that the judge would discharge and acquit them. Our application having been found meritorious, they went and filed a different charge altogether. Sort of murder, belonging to a local society, sort of illegal possession of arms, which is a different type altogether, which has no connection with earlier charge that they were discharged and acquitted. On the day the judgment was read before the court, and upon the conclusion of the judgment, they were served with this charge. And now, they quickly picked them up. We are straight back to the court. So now, in this case, what happened is more than acquittal. Because assuming without consulting to the fact, assuming that the court discharged and acquitted him of these offenses or charge that has been struck out, some people can go and probably develop another charge, and which has no connection with the one before the court, and file against you. Now, so I want to explain to you for you to understand that what happened in Oyendu's case is more powerful than anything as discharge or acquittal. Now, the court in judgment, specifically at page 41, I will read it for everyone to understand and I'll explain it. The court at page 41 holds that the consequence of this section, the court was actually referring to argument under section 15 of the Extradition Act, Cap E25, Laws of the Federation 204. This was a law ratified an oppression in Nigeria. The court was assigned to this section and the court holds that the consequence of this section, is that the appellant, that is Onyendu, is prohibited from being detained, tried, or otherwise dealt with in Nigeria for or in respect of any offense allegedly committed by him before his extraordinary rendition to Nigeria. The lower court thus has no jurisdiction, I further hold, to try the appellant, that's Onyendu, on count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 15, which were returned by it. Being charges allegedly committed by that appellant, that's Onyendu, prior to his extraordinary rendition. In addition, by the possible abduction and extraordinary rendition of the appellant, that's Onyendu, from Kenya to this country, on the 27th day of June 2021, in violation of international and state law, the lower court, or indeed any other court, the lower court means the federal high court, or indeed any other court in this country, Nigeria, is divested of jurisdiction to entertain charges against the appellant, and I so hold. So this decision is extant. It shows that you can never investigate him again. You can never present any charge against him You can never file any charge against him. He can never be subjected to any trial whatsoever in any court in Nigeria. So the decision is more powerful than even acquittal on the charge, in principle. So that's why they are indelible. And they have no option than to obey this decision of the Supreme Appeal. So I believe I've explained it in a manner people will understand. So what happened in his case is more powerful than acquittal and discharge. In acquittal, somebody who is acquitted of an offense can still be arrested on a different offense and charged to court. But in this case, he can never be charged on any offense whatsoever in any court in Nigeria. That's the decision of the court. So go on.
Mazi, barrister, so can you explain to me the term? Because the way I see it, it appears that the Attorney General is trying to make something out of nothing. Can you explain that term to me and Biafrans and our listeners? Making something out of nothing, because that's basically what the Nigerian government is trying to do in this matter. Please go ahead.
No, what happened is that placing something, if I can understand you, placing something without, okay, placing something on air.
That's correct. That's correct.
Now, what it means in effect is that the duties of the court to defend that matter, to try on him before now, before the decision of this court is not there. So the court cannot proceed when there is no jurisdiction. So that's what it means that it cannot place something on a person and expect it to stand. It must fall. That's that principle. So because it must have power, it must have jurisdiction to stand. You can't just stand on the air. You must have a ground where you stand. But in this case, the lower court, the high court has no stand, has no ground where he stands. Where you stood before we went to court of appeal. So that's one moment that we cannot place something on nothing and expect it to stand. So that is the meaning of things. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
All right, no, brilliant and it's excellent. Okay, talk to me now the way forward, barrister. Of course, the law is on our side. What is the way forward? Because as I know, and from what you are saying, the federal government of Nigeria is holding your client, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, illegally at the moment as we speak now. What is the way forward? Please go ahead.
The way forward is simple. They have practically, as I have demonstrated before now, run out of option. The only option available to them, are you with me?
Yes, go ahead.
Which I stated before now, is option for them to go to court appeal. If they are convinced that they can succeed, we have no problem. Right of appeal is a constitutional right. Now, they cannot go to court of appeal without obeying the other court.
They have to release him first.
They can't go to Supreme Court without obeying the order made by the court of appeal. So you must pause yourself, because as you speak today now, as I speak to you, Ikechu,
yes,
Chinedu is being illegally and unconstitutionally held in custody of the DSS. There is no court order today sanctioning his further detention from 13th of October. That judgment was delivered to date. So he's now being, in the eyes of law, he's now being illegally held in the custody of DSS. He's now being unconstitutionally held in the custody of SSS. So that's what we are now. And as we start today, Nigerian government is now in contempt of orders made by the Court of Appeal on 13th of October 2022. Now, and they cannot go to Supreme Court to challenge the judgment of the Court of Appeal without obeying that order. So it cannot be in contempt of court order and be exploring or seeking a suitable remedy for Supreme Court. No. Because he who does everything must go with clean hands.
Absolutely.
And we have plenty of authorities that say that when an order is standing, you must obey that order first before coming back to make a complaint. So the thing we call obey before complain. I will have cases of that, plenty of cases. The same case of action against the federal government. The federal government is still stand. Federal government went to the court. However, it was argued. Another was made. Interlocutor order was made. Directing us to call off the industrial action. They also went to court of appeal to challenge it. The court of appeal say, no, there's an order made by the National Judicial Court. You already in contact of this order. Go back and obey the order first and come back. Go and obey this order. Then come back and then spread their anger before us. We also have a case of Chief Chinedu against FRM. Western Court mandated the federal government to go and obey the order of appeal before coming to it. So only in this case will not be an exception. So we have the federal authorities sanctioning the position. So the only option, the only option we have today is to release him unconditionally. Unconditionally. The court didn't say, please release him to Mr. XYZ, no. Or release him to Ikechukwu where you are, no. Because I called for prohibited foreign detention. In the judgment of this court, the court prohibited foreign detention. Foreign detention where is being kept now. So everything they are doing today in regards to Oyenduma and Kanu right is tempted with illegality. So and we are exploring aggressively legal options that will compel immediate obedience. I will not discuss it in this platform, but we are making serious progress. And I can assure you we are seeing green light. We shall not discuss here. We are seeing green light. We can take that to the bank.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. Barrister, I know you're a busy man, and of course, I promised you that I'm not going to keep you for longer. But before I let you go, Barrister, I want you to give some assurance to Biafrans because people are waiting. The celebration is on, but somehow it is still on hold and they are waiting for the climax. What assurance will you give to Biafrans that our erudite leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will be with us very soon? Please go ahead.
My brother, it goes without saying. You see, like, how can I explain this? What is playing out now is not unexpected. It's not unexpected. I'll end on that part. It's not unexpected. And because what the autocratic government of Nigeria Spain put in place, the kind of resources they put in place, in effectively and successfully carry out abduction of Oyenduma and Kanu from Kenya is massive. It's monumental. So, but today, they cannot go further than here. Because law is on our side now. Their own law, they are not the Kenyan law. Their own law. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Right. Their
own law is not on their side. What happened to them today? So what is stopping us is their own law. They cannot, it's settled. They cannot go further than this. I can assure Biafrans all over the world. Take it from me. We have done it before. And we're doing it again. We've done it again actually. So the point is that they should be assured that Oyenduma will out as soon as possible. Or what I know, I will not say. It's the time and the day. But Oyenduma is coming out as quick as possible. And when it comes out, I will carry a bit and let the world know. But just go home and sleep. We are on top of the station. And we are doing everything legally permissible to ensure that the right thing is done. And as I assured you, the Nigerian government has totally run out of options. They have no remedies available to them, And I wish you have a position of the government of the court. You will see that government is watertight. There's no way you will escape it. You can't escape. There's no way you can escape that government. It's watertight. So that is the position.
All right, Barrister. As you can hear the barrister say, go home and sleep. And of course, if there is anybody who can do it, it is our legal team. They have done it before in 2015, and I don't see any reason why it should not be repeated. Barrister, the last question, Barrister. Now, talk to me about compensation, because we're talking violation of his fundamental human right. And of course, there should be some sort of compensation that will go with it.
Of course, you know, before now, we have a suit to file against the government for extrajudicial release of Nnamdi and Kanu. In that suit before COP5, we are inviting the court to interpret legal sections of international laws and conventions, which I never said before now, which Nigeria has grossly violated in an attempt to abduct and eventually extraordinary reduction on to Nigeria. In that suit, we are asking for damages of 50 billion. And thankfully, increasingly like it is now, the questions are inviting the lower court, high court to answer. The questions of law, we are inviting the lower court to answer in that suit, has been exhaustively dealt with in this appeal. So what we are doing on 14th of December when the matter is ground up is to submit this appeal, this judgment of court appeal, and ask the court to award them this as requested. So they must be heavily compensated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister. And of course, I thank you so much, of course, for making our time coming on air to clear the air for Biafrans. And of course, all the lovers of freedom who has been listening to us. Thank you, Barrister. And of course, we will still celebrate because the big one is still coming. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right.
God bless you. Thanks, sir.
And bless you too. All right, there you have it. And that was our erudite barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor, breaking it down for us here to a layman perspective so that you can understand what is happening and how it is being played out. But one thing though you need to know and you need to bear in mind is that we have won. There is no two ways about it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu always said, I will defeat you at your courts. And that is exactly what played out. And I want to thank our able legal team, of course, led by Barrister Ozokome and, of course, Barrister Aloy everybody Ifeanyi Ejiofor, Aloy Ejimako, and the rest of the team for a good job that they are doing. And of course, this will earn them the greatest legal team of the year because they have done noble. Even with the limited resources, they have achieved results because the matter is over. It is over. What the zoo is doing now, of course, is the last kick of a dying horse. They have to obey. They have to obey the decision of the Supreme Court of the land, the highest court of the land, which is the appeal court in this instance. All right, great Biafrans, I don't have much to say this evening. You have heard it from our barrister. And it is our responsibility, of course, to now and then bring them up here so that they can explain to Biafrans what is happening, because this is the platform, the official platform of Biafrans all around the world. It is Radio Biafra, for goodness sake. And if there's any other place that this needs to be said, it has to be on this platform. And of course, it is constructive argument with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Of course, this evening, today being the 18th day of October 2022, it is a Tuesday. And of course, I know we did not start the way we normally start because of time constraint. And as you can see, the barrister is a busy man. He needs to run around to begin to do what he needs to do, because Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must come out as soon as possible. And of course, that's why we have to let him go quickly. But of course, it is constructive argument here on Radio Biafra, and of course, we will be leaving it here. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. All right, of course, it is Radio Biafra, and you can bet on it. We've got you covered. And of course, the person you heard is Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor. He is IPOB lead counsel, and of course, a senior counsel to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And he is the person that you have heard from this evening, explaining to Biafrans, to a layman perspective, what is going on, what has unfolded in court, and what is still happening. I will take a quick break. When I come back, we start summarizing. Biafra. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial 102.1 FM. Olu, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra, we got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last. All right, it is Radio Biafra. Of course, it is constructive argument here with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. And of course, an update. Most of our people have been abducted. This is what is happening these days in Biafra land. They go around abducting our people. They are killing them in secrecy. And of course, most of them are not even brought to court. Unbelievable. But you can trust IPOB leadership, and of course you can also trust our erudite legal teams. They are doing what is necessary to ensure that our people who are incarcerated, those who have been abducted illegally, are released. And of course there are names of our people that was released by IPOB leadership. And of course, as you know, there was a press conference by IPOB legal team with regards to those who have been abducted. I think, let me see if I can find this information. Very, very important, so that I can update Biafrans on that. It is important. All right, let's see. All right, Radio Biafra is back in Olo area. Kindly tune in to 102.1 FM. All right, you can receive Radio Biafra in Njaba, some part of Mbitolu and Nisu local government area. All right, the areas are also covered by Omoaka, Okwodo, Nkume, Ata, Amandoba, Omondoba, Ekwe, Amuri, Orodo, Ejiama, Obiato, Afaruku, Oji, and some other axis. So Radio Biafra is back on these areas of Olo axis. I'm looking for this. All right, let's see. Very, very important. I want to tell you what the zoo is doing. The evil that the zoo has been doing, and that has been abducting our people. Now, this is a press briefing, of course, with regards to the disappearance of Igbo and Ibibio men and women arrested / abducted on suspicion of being members of the indigenous people of Biafra and associates of Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu, and all the rest. All right, this press briefing happened yesterday, the 17th day of October, and this was actually from the lawyers of IPOB. I just want to give you the names of people that have been listed here, and these are the people. Some of them are even missing. We don't know where they are. They don't bring them to court. If they have killed them, we don't even know. But the names I have here, we have Ikechukwu Henry, Joy Godwin Udo, aka Idara Gold. You know about Idara Gold. This lady disappeared long time ago. But the good news is that Idara Gold will be going to court tomorrow. I think she will be appearing in one of the magistrate court in Abuja tomorrow, the 19th day of October. Idara Gold, that is the name that has been going viral all this time around, because she was abducted for no just reason. And of course, she will be appearing tomorrow in Abuja Magistrate Court, because IPOB leadership, we are working hard to ensure that we don't abandon our own. And this is a principle that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu established, and that is where we stand. All right, the name goes on: Emeka Ngonadi, Barrister Pius Awoke, Chinedu Nwoba, Igwe Johnson, DK, Obonna Joseph Aja, Kinsley Onovo, Kenneth Ojima, Fortune Okezie, Joseph Okafor Eze, Emmanuel Onyibe Chinonso, Uket Godwin, Obonna Christian Ndubisi, Eze Ernest, Chukwuemeka, I think there is a name that I omitted here. Let me go back. That's Obonna David. That's correct. And we have Uket Godwin. I think I've called out Uket. I have Obonna Christian Dubisi, Eze Ernest Chukwu Emeka, Ibele Meto Chukwu, Emmanuel Ike, Reverend Cletus Egole. They even abduct reverends. My goodness me, and pastors. Unbelievable. We have Pastor Philip Chinedu Egole, Chinonso Anyanwu Kelechi Okeke, God's Power Chilemu. We have Chukwuma Nwokike. And just to mention a few, because it is quite a lot of them. And if you ask me what on earth or what crime has these people committed, I will tell you absolutely zero. Nothing known to law have these people. It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. But we thank God because, what we do in IPOB is that it is an oath that we have taken. It is a stand that we have taken. It is a foundation laid down by our leader. You always hear our leader say, we don't abandon our own. As long as we know where you are, as long as we know where they kept them, we will find them and we will bring them out. Remember Idara Gold. It's been a while that she has been abducted, but finally she is coming to court tomorrow. And by the grace and mercies of Chukwu Kikabiama, these men and women will be released to rejoin their families. Very, very important. All right, I want to read out something. Then, of course, I will bring this program to an end. There is something important I need to read out. If you will bear with me, let me see where I kept it. There we go. I think that's it. All right, what I'm reading out is that correct? Let me see. No, not this one. Not this one. There is something I actually I wanted to read. Unbelievable. Let me see if I can find it on another platform. Very on which we hold to disappear. You will not see it again. But let me see if I can get this. It is important that I lay it out here, that I read it out for Biafra so that you can hear. Because this is what Radio Biafra is all about. It is all about information. We ensure that all right, this is it. Okay, I titled it because this was actually an extract I got from Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor on his Facebook wall, because he keeps on updating Biafrans, what is happening. He ensure, he has been busy, as you can see, doing so many press conferences, and this is in a bid to, of course, update our people, which I think is actually very brilliant of him. All right, I titled it, No Court in Nigeria Have the Jurisdiction to Try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a result of his extraordinary rendition from Kenya to Nigeria, says the appeal court. And of course, this is what you have heard this evening from our erudite barrister, Ifeanyi Ejiofor. He have explained it in detail. But let me just read this. This is an extract from that court, the court ruling of the appeal court, as Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor posted on his Facebook wall. He said, a pleasant afternoon, Omochileke. We are delighted to make public the paragraph of the Court of Appeal holding in their judgment, which buried the frivolous criminal charge against Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and totally prohibited the federal government of Nigeria from coming up with any criminal charge or indictment against Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This holding is more fortifying and sacrosanct. It is the last straw that broke the camel's back, a boil in the scrotum, and can never be circumvented. There is no escape route for the oppressors here. He continues, please carefully read the erudite holding on the lead judgment, allowing Onyendu's appeal, I beg your pardon, has reproduced hearing and possibly infer layman interpretation for proper understanding of the judgment. And of course, that was why we brought Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor here on Radio Biafra platform, so that he can break it down. A layman can understand and comprehend. All right, and that is exactly what he have done. But let me read this part of this judgment, very, very important. It goes on like this. The consequence of this section, I hold, is that the appellant is prohibited from being detained. Of course, the appellant is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Appellant, of course, is the term that is used in the court because he is appealing in the appeal court. So he becomes an appellant. And of course, whoever, like the Nigerian government, we can call them the respondents. That is how it is called in the legal world. So the appellant is prohibited from being detained, meaning Mazi Nnamdi Kanu cannot be detained. What I'm reading out for you now is the judgment of the appeal court, some part of it, the most important and vital part of that judgment. And it's very, very important that you listen and pay close attention. The appeal court said that the appellant, in this case, who is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is prohibited from being detained, meaning that what is happening now is against the law. What is happening now in terms of his detention, continued detention, is illegal in the eyes of the law, because the court has ruled and said that he can never be detained ever again. So the DSS and the federal government of Nigeria, including their attorney general, whom I don't know what law school this guy went to, whether he went to Daurakau Law School, that he doesn't even know what the meaning of jurisdiction is all about. When I asked Barrister Ejiofor to explain jurisdiction here, I was actually doing so that Malami, wherever he is, will listen and learn. Remember our leader used to say, if you are coming to listen to Radio Biafra, you must bring your pen and paper. All right. If you are Lamajiri, you must bring your slate. Malami, bring your slate. So he goes on to say that the appellant is prohibited from being detained, tried, or otherwise dealt with in Nigeria for or in respect of any offense allegedly committed by him before his extraordinary rendition to Nigeria. Do you know what this means? It means that no court in Nigeria has the jurisdiction, has the local standing, or should I say that even the federal government has no local standing to bring a matter before a competent court of law against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Appeal court has declared him untouchable. My goodness me, where have we seen such a ruling? Most of us don't understand the dynamics. This is powerful. This is powerful. Remember, we keep on saying we want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be declared a prisoner of conscience, and this and that. And we're actually expecting this thing to happen maybe from the United Nations or a United States of America. But surprise, surprise, beyond all imagination, beyond all expectation, a court in Nigeria actually declared our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu untouchable. I think maybe when our leader comes out, some of us will relax, settle down, and read this judgment and understand what happened here. When Barrister Ejiofor keeps on talking about this, most of us don't understand what he's talking about. This is huge. I say this is huge. That's why you heard Barrister Ejiofor screaming, because he knows as a legal professional that this is huge. I don't think I've seen this before. I don't think, though I'm not too conversant, with the law as it is in the zoo, but I don't think I've seen this before. A court in Nigeria declaring our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu untouchable. My goodness me. Remember, what happens in the zoo is you might be arrested taken to court, I beg your pardon, and if you are acquitted, in that court, the DSS will wait for you outside and rearrest you and bring fresh charges against you. But in this case, assuming our leader came to court that day and he was discharged, even the DSS cannot even rearrest him or reapprehend him or abduct him or whatever, because appeal court has barred them from doing that. My goodness me, Wachineke. He is Wachineke indeed. Even his enemies declared him untouchable. His enemies. Abaru changene. That's what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is. Unbelievable. All right, let me continue dishing out what this appeal. These judges of appeal court, they will live long. I don't know. There are still men left in the zoo that speaks the truth. I don't know that there are men who will defile all the tyranny, or men who will defile all the autocratic government of Nigeria and still pronounce the truth. Unbelievable. To the extent that they actually barred the zoo. Remember Buhari used to say, when the so-called Igbo leaders or Igbo elite went to him and said, please release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to us, Buhari said, and I quote, I cannot do anything. I will allow the courts to do what they have to do the decision. That's what Buhari said. But you know what that was? That was takia. It is called what? Takia of the Fulani extracts. They lie from their teeth. They even lie in their dreams. So when he was telling the Igbo leaders that, he was lying because he knows, maybe in his mind, he knows that nobody will go against his orders. Nobody will do whatever, they will do according to plan. But surprise, surprise, these erudite judges of the appeal courts did what no person can do in that zoo. And of course, you wouldn't have blamed them because people are fearing of their life and security and safety. But this man said, to hell with our life, to hell with our security. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are untouchable. Nobody shall bring any charges going forward against you in any court in the zoo called Nigeria. So, the lower court has no jurisdiction. Now, this is the court of Binta Nyako, a very stupid woman. I don't understand. A whole judge. The common thing, the easiest thing a judge always knows is jurisdiction. If you don't know about jurisdiction as a judge, as a magistrate, you have no business sitting on that bench. That is the first thing you should know. I am studying law. The first thing I learned in my introductory models was jurisdiction. You need to know about jurisdiction because it's very, very important. Do you know why? If you try somebody that you have no jurisdiction over, that trial can be, pronounced as a mistrial, and the person will be acquitted. So, instead of wasting your time, the time of the defense, the time of the state, and the resources of the state, you need to know first, do I have jurisdiction to try this matter? If you don't, you strike it off the roll and continue. But that woman, that wicked Binta Nyako or Bingo Nyako or whatever the hell you call her, knows that she knows. I don't want to say she's dumb or she doesn't know what she was doing. She knows exactly that she has no jurisdiction to try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but because she was working on the order of the master, on the order of the tyranny of the zoo called Buhari, she ignored this whole jurisdiction. And our legal team, we are screaming on top of their voice, no jurisdiction. Please strike this off the roll. She said, I will not do no such thing. I will still go ahead and try Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is unbelievable. And now, a higher court has said it openly. Viva voce. Viva voce means in an open court. Viva voce. A higher court has said it. That the lower court has no jurisdiction. I further hold to try the appellant on count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 15, which was retained by it. They retained those charges to continue, even though they knew they had no jurisdiction to try one Chineke. The Bible says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. My goodness me. All right, these are charges allegedly committed by the appellant prior to his extraordinary rendition. Now, let me tell you something. It does not matter whatever crime you say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed. It is irrelevant. It is immaterial. By the virtue of your extraordinary renditing him back to Nigeria from Kenya, you have broken all laws, your international treaties and protocols, and that automatically cancels everything. That is how the law works. For those who don't know. My goodness me. All right, in addition, now listen to this, very, very important. What I'm reading to you is an extract from the judgment of the appeal court. In addition, by the forcible abduction and extraordinary rendition of the appellant from Kenya to this country on the 27th day of June 2021, in violation of international and state laws, not just international laws, not just treaties, but also Nigerian law was violated. Kenyan law was violated. Kenyan border integrity was violated by these cattle rearers. Can you believe this? The lower court, and indeed any court in this country, is divested of jurisdiction to entertain charges against the appellant. And I so hold, I love this. Honorable Justice Olu Dotun Adefope Okojie. Justice delayed is not justice denied. Justice prevailed through the grace of the Almighty Chukwu Okike Obiama. Ndewono Chineke, of course, signed by Sir Ifeanyi Ejiofor Esquire, KSC, IPOB's lead counsel. And this was written on the 18th of October, 2022. My goodness me, Omo Chineke, you have seen it. At the end, we always win. I say at the end, we always win. And once again, IPOB have won. Chukwu Okike Obiama have given us victory. What is left is just a completion of that which Elohim have done. And I want to thank you all for listening this evening. And of course, once again, I want to thank our erudite barrister, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, for coming through this evening to talk to Biafrans and of course to explain to them to understand what is happening. And he have given us assurance. He said, go home and sleep. Before you know it, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out, because as I'm talking to you now, he is being held against his will. There is no legality in the detention and in continued incarceration of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. My names are Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. And of course, it is constructive argument here on Radio Biafra. From me, from here, it is goodbye. And God bless Biafra. God bless our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. God bless IPOB worldwide. God bless men and women of goodwill. But most importantly, together, we all shall see Biafra. Goodbye. God bless.
Nisi Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ebugharicha adọbakwa ọdịmfe ekwembum ofu ekpentu eji katapila ebughị Mazi Nnamdi Kanu odogwu n'eli mmanwụ karịrị mmanwụ aya nụna n'okwu ebiene mwelitegolo ebini welusi ka mgbughari ya Chukwu Okike n'elu ọfọm ibe ọma Chineke mere anyị n'ọrụ ọma ọrụ ụlọ anyị oke odogwu nnọọ ekenekwara m Ifeanyi Ejiofor kene ndị lọya niile ndị merụ ka nye wee nkata ahụ akpara akpa ka ngwongwo dị n'ime ya. Ekenere m unu niile na Biafra m ga-enwere onwebe ejere njebu n'abini agwalụ m ọfọm n'ọdụ na ejere ibe ajekọrịcha ya n'ụbọchị ọbụla emepere ọnụ were kwue na ikpe dị na kọtụ na Nnamdi Kanu ekpegbuene na mma apịagburu ya ebini ebini na-azụ obi ụtọ ike nke Igbo ji eje ibe ekenere ma na Igbo niile ike nke Igbo gbasiri ike Mazi Nnamdi Kanu okwu ebiene akwụstedi oyibe ajọchiri ka Igbo odogwu aja na Igbo ekene m mmụọ na-edu ndị Igbo niile ekene m mmụọ sibelu ndị Biafra m egwu ekene m ike nga Biafra m ji eje ekene m ha dọpụtara m ebini ka mpe weri ọfọ m ona akpa ka eji esi na-elere izizi ụmụ Igbo niile ndị nọ na mkpọrọ n'obodo oyibo otu a ka eji esi na-elere izi unu bido n'ụbọchị tata ma ndị atụrụ nga were megide bebe anyị ma ndị atụrụ nga n'obodo oyibo ndị Igbo niile ndị Biafra m niile elere izi ya n'unu n'ụbọchị tawa kwere unu m ise
Nigeria wee si na febrosi wee bụrụ ọgụ bụrụ egbe bụrụ mma n'ụta dị ikpochapụ Biafra mana Chukwu ama mkpe Biafra ga-adịrịrị maka na onye jụrụ ọ ga-ajụ onwe ya onye jụrụ ọ ga-ajụ onwe ya Oh, Biafra Yoruba nani buwane Yoruba na Hausa nani buwane Omo ibasi opo alili mbutona mmebu ibegadi Mutona mmebu ibegadi Usimila ijeluna Nigeria kodimba Ifeji kwa yuwo Owo ibasi obo Alili Mutona mmebu ibegadi Usimila ijeluna Nigeria kodimba Ifeji kwa yugo Owo ibasi obo Alili Mkutona mmebu ibegadi Mkutona mmebu ibegadi
Go straight to the doctor and see if I can get hold of him. Good evening, doctor. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Mazi. Hi.
Welcome back again on this platform. It is Constructive Argument. Biafrans are waiting. We are listening. Please, doctor, go ahead.
I greet you all this evening. All Biafrans, even the enemy can listen in. And all lovers of freedom. Greeting to you all. Thank you. Before I begin, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Mazi, am I coming out clearly?
Loud and clear, and I can assure you humanity are listening. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, today we continue on the journey. We have got to 30th of May in last broadcast when Biafra was declared. I hope if you follow the series, you understand the reasoning and the background to that declaration. It took a 1 full year from May 66 massacres to May 30th, 1967, before Biafra was declared. When Biafra was declared, the music that Mazi played for us was really a celebration because we moved from Onwuzurua, which literally tried to dampen the pain we were going through at the time, to Ojukwu, thank you. Biafra has come to stay. So there was a celebrative sort of component to our existence from the 30th of May onwards. Not that we knew all the facts or all the background situation. There are very few people who knew how vulnerable Biafra was. But to every man on the street, that was it. We have now arrived. Ojukwu once said that being a sprinter himself, is like waiting for the gun to go. And, the status pistol, and if you're sprinting, if you understand what I'm talking about, if you're an athlete. So as soon as the gun goes, you just take off and start sprinting and show the world what you can do. That was the attitude Biafrans had. We now got our own country. We're now going to show the world what we're made up of. And why? Because, Nigeria, the Northerners have always wanted to be away from Nigeria. So they're the ones who've been playing to secede, and we've been holding Nigeria. The Westerners, Yoruba, always want to do the one nation. So now that they engineered in such a way that Biafrans, the Easterners, are now the ones that have left, it's a bit like good riddance. Nigeria can now do what it likes, so the Igbos have left. Well, it wasn't quite like that, was it? Because those who want black people, and indeed Africans and Nigerians, to be suppressed forever, said to the Nigerian leaders, if you allow the Biafrans to leave to form Eastern Nigeria in a different country, they've got the oil. Not only the oil, they have the actual trained manpower to run Nigeria. So we have a scenario. The children of Israel are leaving Egypt. Now you need to go and grab them, bring them back. If they refuse, you kill them. So that's really what Biafra was about. You are escaping from your enemy who wanted you to leave that part of the country, which you thought was yours. And then you got back to your own village. Now they want to kill you to bring you back in, to carry on killing you. So people need to understand that scenario. So, but to the Biafrans, there's no task was impossible. They just want to have their own country. So what do you think will happen to University of Nsukka? It was renamed University of Biafra straight away. We only had one university in that part of the world. So immediately they started planning to have another university at Port Harcourt. The schools, secondary school, everybody was being mobilized to run a country, which was so, it was going to be a pride of everybody. And we were so keen and eager to get on with running the country. In the meanwhile, our military, what is left of them, really done, if if we were invaded, we don't have a designated weapon to go and defend ourselves. But not very many people knew that. Because if you look at the Nigeria setup, I'm going to tell you for free that the way it was structured, there was a heavy concentration of military firepower in the north. Yeah? For example, the 3rd Battalion was in Kaduna. The 5th Battalion was in Kanu. The 1st Artillery Brigade was in Kaduna. The 1st Field Squadron Engineers was in Kaduna. The 88th Transport Regiment was in Kaduna. Nigeria Military Academy was in Kaduna. Ordnance Depot, Nigeria, was in Kaduna. The 44 Military Hospital was in Kaduna. Nigeria Military Training College in Kaduna. Reconnaissance Squadron and Regimental Headquarters, Kaduna. Nigeria Air Force, Kaduna. 6th Battalion, which was being formed, was in Kaduna. Ammunition Factory, Kaduna. Recruitment Transport Depot, Zaria. Nigeria Military School, Zaria. And of that, the Western Nigeria, you have 4th Battalion, Ibadan. 2nd Field Artillery, that was in Abeokuta, and the 2nd Reconnaissance Squadron, Abeokuta. What about the East? Of the 20 formations, we had 1 battalion in Enugu. And that battalion that was in Enugu, because of what happened in May, the soldiers from various parts were asked to return to their own part of origin. So the northerners who were in Enugu at the time took their weapons and they left Enugu. And they said they were going to defend this for defense. And when they get to the northern Nigeria, they return the weapons. They didn't return the weapon. So what I'm really illustrating there is that the East was defenseless. Okay, so you had all the heavy concentration in the north, and the people who set up Nigeria knew what they were doing, namely the British. They made sure where the firepower is will forever rule that country. So, but what are we to do? If we go to the north to kill us, if we come back, they're coming to kill us. So you declare yourself a new nation. I think there's an Igbo saying that the chicken said, he's not crying that the hawk will leave him alone. He's crying so that the whole world will hear his voice. Okay? So, Okukoshe, aye, akabega hausa ebe hafia kama mwanine nudia. So that was the situation Biafran found themselves in. We had to scream to other countries so that they will hear us. The OAU, it was then, the Organization of African Unity, United Nations. If we didn't do Biafra as a country, a sovereign state, we will remain inside Nigeria and a state of emergency will be declared and be wiped out. So, if we go back to Nigeria, we get killed. If we stay where we are, we get killed. So it's a very, very difficult situation. But the morale, as that music we played earlier was saying, the morale was so high because you now have a country. So that was the only umbrella we had. We now have a country. So that is the background. So what did we do then? We had to learn a new national anthem. My goodness, I was in the primary school, and one day the teacher came out and showed us the new national anthem. And I'm going to just sing the Tony Sofa for everybody to hear. This is what I learned as a primary school person. And it says, mi, re, mi, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi, re, mi, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi, so, la, mi, so, re, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, mi, so, la, mi, so, re, fa, mi, re, mi, do, re, do. So we learned new song for our new national anthem, and we have to try and learn it. So it's quite interesting. So I'm just going to share that with you. So a new national anthem, it's not every day you get born and then you have a new national anthem being played. But in the UK, they have the God Save the King now being played. It used to be God Save the Queen. So there's sort of a change in that sort of atmosphere. So I'm just sharing with you little droppings of what was happening. So now, we have a nation to defend. Business was booming. People who fled from Lagos or whatever, they relocated. They started having the business all the towns in Biafra. Everything was going well. But you had 36 days. You remember, from the 30th of May to the 6th of July, 1967. 36 days is what you're given as a country before war. Okay? And at this time, the coast was already blockaded. Nigeria have already gone and blockaded the coast. There was no plane flying in. You could only drive through Cameroon before that area was sealed off. So you're already isolated, and the war hasn't even started. Okay, let's fast forward. What's now going to happen? Nigeria, on the other hand, Gowon was threatening until you declared their Biafra. So I want you to, undeclare Biafra. In other words, renounce secession, or we're going to march across, arrest you in Enugu, and capture all the rebellion, all the rebels, and bring them for trial and court-martial you. So what Gowon was saying is that this Declaration of Independence you people made is not acceptable, and it's a treasonable act, and we're going to use a police action to arrest the Juku and bring him for trial, and stop all this shenanigans. And maybe what it really meant to say is to carry on killing the Igbos. So the phrase he coined was to unite Nigeria is an attack that must be done. The people call it the task that must be done. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done, but the original statement was to unite, to keep Nigeria one is an attack that must be done. An attack that must be done. So, and that was in the radio jingles that we began to play. So while all this was happening, remember you had a new national anthem. We'll have to now have a new radio system, a new radio channel, a new radio station. And because BBC have got there before us, BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, we had to think about what to call ours. You call us a Biafran Broadcasting Corporation. That'd be copying, wouldn't it? Unlike the Biafrans, very sharp people. So they say what we need to do is to call ourselves the BCB, the Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra. Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra. And from that Broadcasting Corporation of Biafra, you now have the Radio Biafra, which you and I are listening to today. So that is the origin of the Radio Biafra. This Radio Biafra, before the war started, you started having people coming up to talk to us, Radio Biafra. We had someone called Okokundem. Hey, my goodness. When I heard Nnamdi Kanu, I thought the spirit of Okokundem has risen again. So Okokundem, he was very fiery. He was a celebrated journalist. Student took on Radio Biafra and started, explaining to the Northerners, this nonsense they're playing at is not fair for us. And they started completely hammering them, so much so that Okokundem, when he comes on the radio and starts speaking, he can silence the whole Nigerian army. And so his speaking slowed them down, with the Juku saying, if they dare cross into Biafran land to attack us, even the grass will rise and fight. The grass will rise and fight. The grass will rise and fight. So basically, they were preparing the minds of the people that if the war should come, well, we have no choice but to fight and defend ourselves. And nobody in Biafra thought if the war came, we were going to lose. Because in their mindset, what we had, if you're going to fight, well, we take a knife, Abreba, we send the Abreba team to go and deal with it, guns and so on. Unknown to them, this is not a war you use man to man, spear arrows and machete. This is a modern warfare, okay? In modern warfare, you can shoot an artillery, which is about 15 miles, and during the war from Elede, you'll land around the environs of Owerri. about, was it 15, 20 miles away? The artillery can land indiscriminately anywhere. So it's not a war you go in front and start, sword by sword. It's not a sword fight. So this is a modern war. And Nigeria had all the weapons and we didn't. So that is already a disadvantage. So when the outsiders looked at the situation, they just sent a reporter like Freddie Forsyth. I wanted to go and cover the defeat of the Biafrans. So, the war hasn't even started. The BBC was planning to go there and report the surrender. Okay, I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's just the mindset of the outside world. They say Biafrans, this thing will be over in 72 hours. What are they? I read you all the formations where the military was kept in Nigeria. Everything was in outside Biafra land. So how can you then fight a war? What, are you guys mad? What is the matter with you? So the scenario then was that the Biafrans have to get down to real. Those in the know need to start thinking about how to protect this new land. Okay, so they formed an Institute of Technology straight away, and that Institute of Technology was beginning to help to plan how to defend this land and manufacture things for us. They had, yes, you heard me right, they had the Food Directorate. The Directorate was already in place. They had the Food Directorate, they had the Clothing Directorate, these are the people they were organizing to make sure we had some semblance, in case the war breaks out, what we're going to do to defend it. So I'm just going quickly now, just to make sure we're not bogged down. So by God's grace, we'll be able to have few time for people to ask some questions. So the preparation, I'm saying to you, was not what we would have liked it to be, because you're already blockaded. You're not bringing a shipload of weapons to help to defend yourself. Whatever you have inside Biafra is what you had, and were few weapons that began to arrive. And dialing back to Aburi Accord, the opening sentence of Aburi, Ojukwu said, look, we hear that the people are buying weapons. And his name was Apollo. Yeah, one of the Nigerian soldiers was sent out to go and buy weapons to Nigeria. And Ojukwu was the former quartermaster general. Quartermaster is a person who knows what armor has comes into your country as a military man. So, but Ojukwu has moved away from that to be governor of the eastern region. So he knew roughly what the weapons were. So the Gowon, in the Aburi Accord, in the Aburi discussion, they agreed that people were sending, soldiers to go and buy weapons from Nigeria. So it was decided that whatever weapons was bought, it will be shared among all the 4 regions to remove suspicion, and people should stop importing weapons. But the weapons that was imported was not shared. So to cut this long story not too short, the eastern region was really without any means of defending itself. So about 36 days is what they had. So I will now go and explain to you what happened as we waited for the assault to come, because Nigeria wasn't going to allow you to go. We'll say good riddance. Maybe if there was no oil in Biafra land, yeah, they would say, oh well, they have left Nigeria. Good riddance. There's no point us to. It's a good thing they left. Now we can all have peace and quiet, isn't it? But it wasn't like that. They wanted your oil. They wanted your land, but not your people. It became very obvious, and that is really why the fighting was so bitter. Because even though they came with all this heavy firepower, we sang songs like Ha Chinedu, Sinala, Sina Mary, Biafra again, Mary. There's something they forgot to calculate, that is the determination of Biafrans to survive. And that is, in any war, you declare any war, it doesn't matter how mighty you think you are. Yeah, might is not right. Might is not always right. Okay? Hitler tried it, but Operation Barbarossa, when Hitler tried to cross into Russia. I've forgotten how many miles long the front was with millions of people he sent in to go and capture the whole of Russia. Well, he failed. Napoleon tried it before. He's going to drink tea in, he's going to drink tea in Moscow. He did. He managed to drink tea in Moscow, but then there was nobody there to fight. He retreated, and the funny thing was that the buttons the French used for their coats, under such a cold weather, the zinc that was made of fell off. So they died of pneumonia because they didn't have enough cover to keep them warm. So every time you set out to destroy people, every time you go to conquer people, whatever it is, whoever you think you are, if it's unfair as a fight, and you think, you can win because you have the firepower, just think that the people might want to live, yeah? They wouldn't all surrender. They might want to live. They might want to, protect whatever God has given them. And in Biafra, we had so many miracles that occurred to keep us alive. So at the end of the fighting, it appears that the enemy realized, and indeed was witnessed by outsiders, that before they came, they said, Biafrans were told, fight like heroes. And then when the French foreign minister came, he said, he now knows that heroes, in fact, fight like Biafrans. So I'm taking you to the battle to see exactly what happened. The battle started, this so-called police action, police action, which Gawan called it, is just going to cross what he then called the East Central State, go into Enugu, capture Ojukwu, bring all his rebels, and try them and court-martial them, and end this nonsense called rebellion. Yeah. So what was happening then is that the Biafrans, those in the know, was expecting an invasion, because there was a lot of massing. Biafran Nigerian military troops were massing, meaning they're concentrating a certain part in the northern part of, northern part of Biafra land around Makodi, right? So Nigerian troops are massing. All their equipment was supplied, were being, getting ready for an attack under Colonel Shua, who was going to launch the attack into Biafra land. When you launch an attack, you have a sort of a plan, a decoy. Yeah, just like in the Second World War, when the Allies attacked Germany or Nazi German Europe, they didn't just come across Calais. Calais from Dover to Calais is the shortest distance in England to France. So Hitler was waiting with all his firepower across Calais with some serious guns that can blow ships out of the water. But the Western Allies went all the way around to a place called Normandy, okay? And the problem with that the Germans thought that was a decoy. But you're playing with intelligent people. Germans are very intelligent. Say, this is a decoy. We still wait for Calais. But then the decoy was not so much of a decoy, was the real thing. So that's what caught the Germans out. So by the time they realized it's a real invasion, then it was a little bit, the Allies had few more opportunity to get their toe in Europe, and then started taking land from France and so on, from German occupation. So in the Nigerian scenario, they attacked in two fronts. One at a place called Garkem. Garkem is the northeastern part of Biafra land and near Ogoja. So Garkem was one of the first places they attacked, and then at a place called Ugudu. And then you come to the Nsukka. Now Nsukka is immediately ahead, between north of Enugu, and Enugu is the capital. So if you're coming to attack, to capture Enugu, you will not come straight to Nsukka. You go via Ogoja area as a decoy. Okay, so there's a two-front attack, two-prong attack it's called. So this two-prong attack started off at a place called Garkem. Garkem is about 30 miles from Ogoja Township. Garkem. Now, so what did they do? Before they came to Garkem, the Biafran soldiers, and this information is coming from somebody called Alexander Madiebo, who is the GOC, the Biafran, who became the general officer commanding the Biafran army. He wrote an article. He wrote about the actual war event. So if you want to study it, that is where most of the information about the war is, about the actual battlefield and what happened. So our Alexander Madiebo, he was in the Biafran military commander. He was trained along with Gowon at Sandhurst. He was there when Yakubu Gowon was called Jack Gowon with the sergeant major at Sandhurst. Sergeant major came down, everybody was telling their name, and Yakubu Gowon said, "What is your name?" He was asked, "What is his name?" He said, "My name is Yakubu Gowon." So that name sounds like Jack. "Can I call you sir? Can I call you Jack?" Yeah. So that's how he called his name Jack. So this Madiebo was in the same class as Gowon, and he would train in the artillery, the Nigerian artillery brigade, if you like. He knows about the artilleries. So he happens to be around the northern part of Biafra, which is where the battle started, this Garken place, when this took place. Another side to it. You can always hear the Nigerian side or how they attacked us, but this is the Biafran side of the story. So you have it. If Nigeria has ever published what they did, so you need to hear it. So in other words, the Ogoja area was when the whole thing started. So the General Madiebo actually died this year on the 3rd of June. I know most of you might know this. He was 90 years old. He was one of the remaining Biafran commanders. So he died on the 3rd of June, 2022. So he's 90 years old. So I'm reading, therefore, from his book. I haven't studied it. So this is where the first battle, opening shots, okay, in the Biafran-Nigerian war, this is where it was documented. So it's a battle at Garkem. The night before that Garkem operation, went to visiting as a superior officer, checking how ready are we in defending the land. So he went to the northern part of Biafra land to check those who are in the front, close to Nigeria. Okay, so when he got there, he realized that the commanding officer, who was supposed to be looking after a battalion, a brigade of Biafrans, was actually in hospital. He was ill. So the second lieutenant. So the captain was in hospital, but the second lieutenant was the one. He didn't know what he was doing. He wasn't even trained properly. So he told them off. He said, "What are you guys playing at? Now, come on, let's dig some trenches." It's a dug trenches at an area where they thought would be good for defending. So a trench is when you dig a hole in the ground, and not that you're going to bury the person, but you're actually going to go in there, so that if there's a shell or a rifle, you can actually, a bullet, you may be able to have somewhere to hide. Okay, so it's very, very important. You dig a trench. And during the war, we dug trenches, and I say we, that is how we survived in the war environment, because the war was cut off and Nigerians were trying to recapture it, and they were shelling. Shelling means they're sending artillery, and it can land on your head, it can land on your house, it can land anywhere. So what we did was to dig holes in the ground and put palm tree trunks over those holes and filled it with sand. So now if the artillery land directly on it, of course you died anyway. But if you land outside it, you would live. So it's a trench. A trench in warfare is very, very important. You dig in and you protect yourself from all the shrapnels that will be flying around if you're standing or not if you're in an open place. So having explained that, so this commanding officer told the soldiers off and said, "You better dig the trench. What do you think you're playing at?" So he showed them, they dug the trench and they got ready. So the very next day after digging this trench at 5:30, 5:30 in the morning in Garkem. So for those who want to know the history, on the 6th of July, 1967, at 5:30 in the morning, 5:30 hours, at Garkin, they opened up, Nigerians opened up with a barrage of artillery. The heavy, what they call preparatory bombardment. You're preparing the ground. You're softening the ground by throwing lots and lots of heavy artillery over the area you're about to march across. So the heavy mortars, extremely heavy ones, sustained for over from 5:30 to about 9 o'clock, non-stop. So people who heard it thought, oh, there's some thunder, in the distance. Thunder. So this commander of the army knew, because he trained in artillery, he knew it was Nigerian artillery, and the war has therefore started. So that is how it came about. So those who were there initially, they were hiding inside the trench they dug, where this artillery was raining down on them. As they threw all this artillery, then the Nigerians sent in the APCs, armored personnel carriers, and we call Saladins and Saracens. The Saladin, there were 3 ferret cars and 1 Saladin. These are the vehicles. The Verve is a bit like a tank. You can, if you shoot at them, the bullet will not touch the people inside it, but they can hose you down with bullets. So it's like a protective gear. So those ones, after the shelling, they send those 4 APCs across, to cover the ground. So those ones then went ahead. So our boys or Biafran troops were inside the trenches, so they allowed these things to pass. They didn't challenge them because you can't challenge them with your rifles. After that, then the Nigerians send in their own troops, the battalions of Nigerian troops, were then following the tank. So they shelled you, then they bring the armor personnel, which they're then following behind. So the armor personnel passed by, and then these Nigerian troops have followed them. And then the people who dug the trench went on the other side, so that when they passed by, they're now behind them. Okay, does that make sense? So that's how the encounter started. Of course, when the shelling started, the Biafran started sustaining injury. They're being carried away. But then, when the actual shooting was when the Nigerian infantry came across. So for those who know little about military tactics, is like you have prepared the ground, you then send in the armored personnel. There were 3 ferret cars once again and 1 Saladin armored vehicles. These came in at 9 o'clock, and then the Land Rover was mounted with 106 recoilless rifle anti-tank gun, which moved in to attack armored vehicles, and they're raining bullets. So if they're spraying on the village and all the mud huts, it just knocks this down. There's no defense whatsoever. Okay, so they approached our troops. So what happened? Our troops went on both sides of the flank to make contact with the enemy and then attack them. So this is what happened. The armored personnel carriers bypassed. The Biafran troops bypassed them, and they carried on going to the village to terrorize and kill as many people as they could. But the Biafran troops made contact with the assaulting enemy infantry. So they're advancing. They half-heartedly. They were about 400 yards from the village. Now therefore fighting began, and each enemy battalion poised against 2 battalions. The Biafrans had 2 platoons. The platoon is about 50 or 60 number of troops. A battalion is over 100. So imagine 2 of them, and then you're faced with 2 platoons of Biafran army. So it's already a mismatch. Now, after 2 hours of intense exchange of fire, the enemy turned round and broke into a run back towards where they started, their start line. So they were obvious surprised for the reasons they suffered heavy casualty, and they considered a number of prisoners of war. Biafrans captured some of the Nigerian troops, and one of them turned out to be what the author says a bore. He was just boring them with his whining and complaining. Several hours, muttering to himself. This is what he said. In other words, the Biafrans have arms and ammunition. In other words, the Biafrans had arms and ammunition. In other words, the Biafrans had arms and ammunition. that nobody could stop him, because what surprised him was that he was told that the Biafra just march across and capture them and come home. The war will be over in 72 hours. So when he was surprised that Biafra were able to shoot back at them, so he said, in other words, he didn't call you the Easterners, he didn't call you the Igbo, he said the Biafrans. So if you don't think you are a Biafran, an enemy coming to kill you is calling you a Biafran. Okay? So take that as a note. So they're calling you Biafrans, even in the first opening shot of the war. Yeah? So remember, Biafra was declared 36 days earlier. They are calling you Biafrans, even in the heat of the battle. So in other words, the Biafrans have arms and ammunition. I wish we had enough. Anyway, that's another story. So that is the first encounter, which I think most of us are not familiar with. They will tell you that Biafrans declared, Ojukwu declared Biafra and attacked Nigeria, so that's why Nigeria started the war. Here is it in black and white. The person they captured was not carrying any handcuff. Okay, the army personnel were not police marked. These are soldiers. Okay, Nigeria had plenty of them. Some of them were trained in the Second World War. We just came up and we had to form a new military. Yeah, from scratch, because those battalions that were staying in Enugu have already left. What was left was technicians and cooks. They didn't have any weapons, so we had to start from scratch. And to make the matter worse, the Biafrans who were in the Nigerian army on the 29th of July, most of the officers, over 200 of them, were massacred. So the people who could fight for you were wiped out. You have no weapons, and you have to defend yourself. So those are the situations we found ourselves on the 6th of July, 1967, when the war started. So now that the Biafran have surprised the Nigerians, okay, at the opening shots, the Biafran troops were now anxious to exploit their success. Imagine the excitement, yeah? They charged down and advanced and soon run into a heavy enemy fire. So when they charged, then, because if you manage to stop the enemy, yeah, you then chase them only to run into another flank of enemy waiting for you in front of them, yeah? And then from the armored personnel, the vehicles which went to which passed them earlier on is now speeding back, has turned around because his troops are no longer joining them. So the troops turn round. So the armored vehicles turn around to chase the Biafrans, and then the other ones who are waiting for them find. So you can imagine the confusion. So their troops again moved out of the flanks to allow the armored personnel carrier to pass by. Again, from there, the troops returned to their trenches at Gakem. So they came back to where they started, a phase of fierce concentration of artillery. So having got there, then the enemy can only shoot at them from a distance with artillery firepower. So because they have dug a trench, and that trench protected them during the night, and then to allow them to withstand the bombardment. Okay, so I just want to pause there for a second, because that is to remind you that the opening encounter was at Gakem. Gakem is about 30 miles from Ogoja town, and it was in the northern east uttermost northeastern part of Biafra land. But remember, I said to you, they also came to another part, which is in Nsukka. Okay, so what's happened is that I'll tell you briefly about Obudu. Yeah, so at Obudu, yeah, while the Battle of Gakem was raging, there's fighting on that front, that side. They're also fighting at Obudu. Now, the similar battle pace was also happening. So this time is the Biafran D Company, the 1st Battalion. Yeah, this was stationed at Obudu. They're extremely strong. This time, the Nigerian troops are meeting some people who are actually in the Nigeria, who were formerly in the Nigerian, as well led by a Captain Michael Olehi. Olehi was the captain in the Nigerian army. before the war started, and he has half of his company, or 450 men. They were old Nigerian soldiers with the commander himself in a position to boast 18 years of military service. So this time, they're going to meet not just new recruits, but really toughened soldiers. So at the end of the 2 hours of bombardment, again, Nigeria opened a bombardment, lasted from 6 to 8. The enemy then put in a straightforward infantry attack. That was quickly halted and beaten back because Biafran troops are well disciplined and well trained. Then we followed them into an immediate counterattack. They launched into an attack to chase the Nigerians, but which was so successful that the enemy was completely routed and sent on the run. The enemy casualties were very heavy, and the amount of stores captured, equipment and weapons they captured was considerable. During the almost uncontrollable chase, which followed, many enemy stragglers were taken prisoners. By midday, we had captured enough weapons to form another armed platoon, and only limitations being the actual restricted quantities of ammunition captured with these weapons. So you capture them, but you need to put bullets inside them. So I just explained in the two battles, one of them, Biafrans were waiting for them, were really strong, well-trained and well-disciplined. So they were able to hold their own in that sense at the Obudu. Okay? So because I want this discussion to be interactive, and just showed you the opening shots of what happened in Biafra. There'll be many more battles because the war was about 30 months. There are so many areas we're going to discuss so that our people will have some idea of what actually went down. It's not a police action. Nobody they captured there was a policeman with their handcuffs to come and arrest Ojukwu and take him back to Lagos. It didn't happen like that. They invaded Biafra. Nigeria crossed the border and attacked Biafra with shelling, with armored personnel carriers, all sorts of heavy artillery, weaponry, and the soldiers marched in to kill. And they were repulsed in the first one. Now, so that's what was happening. What about the general public? Biafrans, obviously, you don't know what's going on because you're nowhere. For example, in Port Harcourt, you're miles away from the battle scene. And in those days, you don't have telex, you don't have, you can't just send somebody a text and say the war has started and so on. So how did the general public, what gave them the inclination that there's something amiss, right? Well, here's where Radio Biafra comes in again. So this Radio Biafra is very impressive. So Radio Biafra was there on the day the war started, okay? So what happened on the 6th of July 1967? It was in the afternoon. By the way, 6th of July was on a Thursday, okay? So in the afternoon, the Radio Biafra started sounding battle drum beats. Okay? These battle drum beats was like Abreba and Uzoitem clan war drum beats. So the radio suddenly started playing drum beats. Okay? These drum beats went on for a long time. Okay? So the interesting thing is that imagine you've been playing normal radio and suddenly this drum beat started. Okay, so those who had the radio to listen to was wondering, what is going on? Something must be happening. So at long last, it's like when the Queen died or any major person died, there's a change in scenery in broadcast. That's exactly happened in Radio Biafra. So after long, drum beats, there's then somebody came on the radio with a depressed voice announcing thus, this quote unquote, His Excellency is going to address the nation shortly, so stay tuned. Okay? So, and then the drum beat went on again. Oh, no. And then everybody was obviously waiting, pausing. Well, what's going to happen? What has happened? So before the evening news, the drum beat then stopped. Then came the sympathetic but energized voice of His Excellency, Lieutenant Kanu, who came on radio on the 6th of July 1967, and he said, paraphrased, fellow Biafrans, at the early hours of this morning, some brigades of Nigerian army attacked our Biafran soldiers in 3 sectors at the northern border. But our gallant soldiers repelled them. And then, unquote, he ended the speech by stressing the need for everybody to be eternally vigilant, for eternal vigilance. And I remind you that Ojukwu's number plate was, if anyone knows his number plate, he put VIG1, VIG1, Vigilant 1. So that's his number plate. So that's an interesting one to drop in. Okay, so what I've done here is to tell you on the day there's Radio Biafra went into war as well. Okay, there was a change in the Radio Biafra announcements, and to set the scene for Ojukwu to make the announcement that the war has started, the Nigeria crossed over and attacked us. Okay, so I think this is just a taste of what happened between the 36 days, 30th of May, to the 6/7/67 when the war started. And I think I ought to pause here and take some questions or interact and talk, because I want people to, ask questions and learn. If I can't answer a question, maybe I may go and find out the answer and come back to you another time. But Mazi or Noha, I hope this is okay.
All right, Mazi, I tell you what we are going to do. I'm going to open the line, but meanwhile, because obviously it takes off a bit of a while before the call starts coming in on the WhatsApp line. So what you're gonna do is you will continue, and as soon as a call comes in, I will alert you, and then of course we give chance for the call. We take the question, and then So if you may continue while I open the lines, and then we wait for the calls to come through.
Okay, that's good. All right. So now.
And please, one more thing. Sorry. One more thing. Let me announce the numbers to call. So if you are listening right now, it is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Kechukwu, and of course we're talking Biafran history. And I am opening the line in case if you want to call, you have a question historical that you want to ask our guest this evening. Please call on our WhatsApp line, and the numbers are +27 740 678 412. I repeat, +27 740 678 412. And for the last time, +27 740 678 412. That is our WhatsApp line, and that is the number you can call. We will take your question. You don't have to give a long speech, just ask a question, and then we will take it from there. So we are waiting for your question. Please don't call on the Skype line, because our Skype line is engaged. Our guest is currently on the Skype line. Just call on this WhatsApp line. Many of you knows this line. All right, Mazi, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll double back and say, before the war started, you can't work in isolation. Okay, in other words, the world where Biafra Nigeria is a war, but you have to remember they both are in the planet Earth. Yeah, so you have to look at what is happening outside Nigeria in the world. So the geopolitics of the world at the time was that of Cold War. Now, what does that mean? It means the West was arraigned against the communist Russia. Okay, so they are vying to see who would dominate the planet, both at their weapons. So this war, Biafra Nigeria, was in the Cold War environment. Okay, the second thing was the Vietnam War was on. Okay, so the media might be more interested in Vietnam than Nigeria Biafra war. Okay, then prior to that, 6-day war. The 6-day war is on the 5th of June to 10th of June, where Israel was fighting the Arab nations. They massed the Arab nation united to fight Israel. Okay, so as a result of that 6-day war, which Israel gained more territories, there was then a blockade of the Suez Canal. So there was what we call the energy crisis started, which we have at the moment. So the oil that was coming from the Middle East wasn't going through the Suez Canal. So immediately, the UK, for example, needs oil. They need the oil to run their industry, but it's not coming through Suez Canal. They've already gone to war before to open the Suez Canal, but this time it was blocked after the 6-day war. The Arab nation wanted to boycott anyone sending oil to the West because they perceived that the West was supporting Israel and so on. So,
all right, Mazi, if you can hold on for this, I think I have a caller. Let's go to the caller and see what question the caller have. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi.
Mazi, good evening. Please, your names and where you call in, and then, of course, you give us your question, and then you listen on the background. Thank you.
Yes. Ndewo, my dear brother Mazi Kechkwana, and our honorable Dr. Okachi. I want to thank you. In fact, I've been following this program right from the first one until date. The thing is that from the first history, from the first, what would I call it now? Is it history of what happened to our people? To today, it has been I've not my perspective of the way I view Nigeria before has changed. You know, if my hatred was should I say 100% before, it has doubled. You know, because of the series of massacres, because of everything. And I want to thank Dr. Okachi for bringing this to the notice. But I want to make a request that if it's possible, there was, I don't know if it is the part 2 or part 3, where he talked about the witnesses, the people that were witnessing for the massacre in Castina, Sokoto. If it can be made like a form of hard copy, you know, a short hard copy, and I'm sure Biafrans are willing to have it in any way, in any form, because sometimes, you know, in audio,
Mazi,
it can be lost.
Mazi, please, just to summarize, because of time and there's a lot of caller waiting, do you want to ask a question or just the request?
Yes, the request, and then also it's not a question. One thing I want Dr. Kaji to tell us, please.
Yes.
Why do we have a lot of our people? There was a day you asked him this question, but the answer was not very clear to me. I want to know, after all the massacre, even before the war and the one after the war, why do we still have a lot of our people in the north today? I want to know. I want to know. You've asked him this question.
All right,
but
Mazi.
He's going to answer it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndewo. All right, Doctor, I don't know if you get the question.
No, I did not hear fully.
All right, let me say, he first of all, he made a request in one of your history lesson, part 2, where you spoke about the eyewitnesses, you know, during the war. So he said, if you can make it available in hard copy, it will be appreciated. That was a request he made. And then he asked a question. He said that upon all the massacring of our people before and during and after the war, why do we still have Biafrans still living in the north? That was his question. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't know what your name is. Thank you for asking. The actual evidence I've already mentioned in those earlier talks. Those people who are massacred in the north, they had to give evidence before a judge, okay, in a tribunal. That tribunal is called the Report of Justice GCM Onyuke Tribunal. Is summarized by saying this massacre of Ndibo in 1966. There's a book. It's not an article. It's just a book which gives a summary of what the massacre was about. Okay, so get hold of Justice Onyuke Onyuke Tribunal. Is the Eastern Nigerian at that time government documentation of what happened to Ndibo in the north. Okay? Now, they have been killed during the war, before the war rather, which that one was about. Now, although they're entering Ogoja now, you're going to see what they did to people they caught. They kill more people. So to answer your question, why are they still in the north? I think, Mazi, you asked me this question last time.
Yes, I did.
Yes, and I've answered it. I said, if you had proper infrastructure in the south, in the eastern region, in the Biafran land, if they had trains, if they had airport, if they have access to the sea where you're importing things, they would not be outside Biafran land. They don't need to. Yeah, they would develop that Biafran land. Now, but the problem now is not just them being in the north, is even if they came back to the part we call Biafra land, they're being killed. There are people waiting for them in the farms, in the forest. There are people waiting for them in their town. They have to pay toll fee every corner they pass. So Nigeria is a mess for them. So wherever you are, you're not safe. So that's where we need Biafra. So what I will advise them, wherever you are, so start thinking about having a country where when Biafra comes, all you have in the north, which is your properties and so on, and therefore you're a bit reluctant and hesitant in joining the Biafra movement. Those properties would and should be guaranteed because you'll be a foreigner in your own country and they can then take your property. But at the moment, you claim to be a Nigerian, they can kill you anytime and take your property. So that's the dilemma we find ourselves. I wish I have all the answers. Thank you very much.
All right, Doctor, I still have another caller on WhatsApp. Let's go and find out what question he has. Caller on WhatsApp, Mazi Simon, can you hear me? Please turn down your radio. Turn down your radio, Mazi.
I'm out.
All right.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Simon. I am calling from Ameria, Spain. The Chukwu Kikabiyama bless every IPOB family member all over the world. Bless our able leader, Onyendu. Anywhere he is, Chukwu Kikabiyama will be with him. Protect all IPOB family members all over the world. You see?
You see?
They won't know money. Okachi ibem ndewo otele nchọwara gị mụ amaghịzi nke na-eme dedi na n'ihe na-ekwu Simon Dika go.
Yes, go ahead, Simon. Go ahead and ask your question and I will relate to him. Maybe he's not hearing you very well. Go ahead.
I'm not hearing you properly. So quickly talk to Mazi and then
yes, go ahead. Ask your question and I will relate to him.
This go to you. They don't catch it. EJ about Chinua. I want to know about Chinua project.
All right. So the question is, you want to know about Chinua project. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Mazi. Okay, then I will put the question across to him.
So is he not hearing?
No, it's fine. It's all about question. I will ask him, and then you need to drop the phone, and then you will listen on the background. He will answer the question.
Okay.
All right.
On this occasion, I think I heard Chinua project. Is that right?
Yes, that's what he's asking. Chinua project. Yes, please go ahead.
Excellent. Who's asking?
Mazi Simon Anyanugo from Spain, Ameria, Spain.
Yeah, my brother, Simon. Nice to hear from you, sir. Okay, Chinua project is something, by God's grace, I will explain more on a platform like this. Chinua project is about the economic genocide meted on Biafrans, because after the war, they made sure those people who had money in the bank didn't access it. They shut us down. So if you had £1,000 in the bank, you're only allowed £20. If you had £5 in the bank, you're not allowed to have £20. Yeah? And there's a change in currency which caught Biafrans out. is something with the permission of Ike or any other radio platform to explain properly to people. I've already presented it in Radio Biafra before, and lots of people waiting to understand more about it, is whereby we reverse the economic genocide which the Nigerian meted on us, whereby those who survived the war and they went back to their bank and said, bank manager, oh, well done, you survived the war. So, yes. Can I have my money now, please? Oh, what money are we talking about? Oh, do you know the amount I had in my bank before I ran away from Zaria? Yes. How much is it? Oh, 20,000. Okay. 20,000 pounds. Yeah, okay. Can I have maybe 2,000 to start my business again? No, the government said you only allow 20 pounds ex gratia, out of the kindness of their heart. They only give you 20 pounds. So you go home and you died of heart failure because you survived the war. You probably lost members of relatives. You want to start a business. The money you have, you cannot access it. So what I did was to look into the possibility of utilizing that knowledge to rebuild Biafrans in their economic endeavor. So with the opportunity, I'll talk about it more. Okay, because it's an important project. Simon, thank you very much. Briefly, is when the Biafrans wake up and realize that economically, if we all get together, and I've outlined it already in the radio, it is possible as a nation for Biafrans throughout the world to raise 1 billion in one day. And I'll explain how that is possible in our radio broadcast. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for that, my brother Simon. I'm sure you've heard the answer to that. The Chinua project, he will emphasize more on next time. All right. Let's go back to the line. Caller on WhatsApp. I don't know if you can hear me. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, Mazi, good evening, sir.
Good evening from here, Mazi. Please, your name and where you're calling from. Then you ask your question.
Yeah, I'm calling from Hong Kong. My name is Ndoka Chukwudi James.
Mazi,
my question is, he said they were collecting weapons from the Nigerian government, but they don't have bullets. So how did I get bullets?
All right, brilliant. Yeah, I'm going to ask him that. Okay, you can stay back on the background, and then, of course, I will relay your question. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right, Doctor, I don't know if you heard that. He said that you spoke about...
I didn't hear this.
All right, let me relay it to you. He said that you told us that the Biafran armies were collecting weapons from the Nigerian soldiers, but they don't have the bullets. So how did they end up getting the bullets? That was his question.
Okay, when you in the heat of the battle, the enemy drops a weapon, like let's say a rifle, you pick that up. You don't have necessarily the bullet to go inside it because you didn't collect the bullets as well. The bullet is stored somewhere else. So that's the point I'm making. Right. You captured as much of the equipment of the enemy, but sometimes you don't have the arms. There's something called arms and ammunition. Yeah, the rifle and the bullet, they're different things. You can carry the weapon, but if there's nothing going inside it, it's not going to work, is it? So when you capture the stores of the enemy, you may not necessarily have the same caliber to match it when you get to your home, because when you run out what you captured, you haven't got anything to replace it. Take the mortar bombs, for example. You can capture a mortar. A mortar is something you drop a bomb into and it takes off and blows up the enemy. The actual machine itself, you can carry it, you captured it. But if you don't have the bomb to use it, it's not as effective. That's the point I'm making, okay? I hope that's explained it.
All right, that's correct. Thank you very much. All right, go ahead. I don't have a caller holding, but you can continue. If a caller comes in, I will alert you.
Okay, so we were talking about the background, the geopolitical situation in the world at the time of the war. Okay, I said the Cold War, the Vietnam, the 6-Day War. The 6-Day War affected us more because the Israelis, they captured more territory from the Arabs. The issue here was the Arabs retaliated by blocking the Suez Canal and causing an oil embargo. So there was just like we have now, there's an energy crisis. The Western world needed the oil badly through the Suez Canal. So if they're not getting oil from Suez Canal, where else are they going to get the oil, I wonder? Britain knew that oil in Biafra land...
Doctor, if I may come in, are you saying that the 6-day Arab-Israeli war was happening the same time during Biafran war? Is that correct?
No, it occurred in June. All right. June faced the June 10th, so it was a fresh war, which has an impact on Biafrans, but most people don't know this. Yeah? Because if there's an oil embargo, Britain needs oil badly. Yeah? And the only way you can get the oil is in Biafra land. And that had a huge impact on our survival. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
So they were saving the oil in Biafra land, okay, as a reserve. But now they have to come for it. Because the oils, the North Sea oil hasn't started then. This is 1966, 67. When they discovered oil in Biafra land, they had more reserves than Kuwait at the time. Okay, but they didn't tell the Biafrans or the Nigerians the exact amount of oil they had in their land. They kept it to themselves. And when they went to look for oil, I think it was 1908 when they discovered oil in Biafra land. But they told you they discovered oil in mercantile quantity in 1958. Okay. So by 1968, 66, 67, the oil was flowing from Biafra. So they needed it badly. And it's not just any old crude oil. This was the purest in the world at the time, sulfur-free. So the Biafran oil will have an impact on what happens to Biafrans, because the British are not going to let it go, because they need it to run the economy. You can't have energy crises and people in Biafra land. For them, that is secondary. They need to survive as a country. You've got to have the oil. It's got to flow. But the Biafrans never say we're not going to give Britain the oil, but somehow they feel that they must kill Biafrans to keep the oil. I don't understand it.
I understand, yes.
So these are the situations we have to understand, that the world didn't want us to exist because they felt if we have the oil and some trained personnel in Biafra land, you can develop rapidly as a nation, and that would change the geopolitical situation on the planet, because for the first time you have an African nation that can stand on its own, and you can have that in the 60s, especially in the Cold War scenario. Okay, so those are the areas you have to look at, because nothing happened in isolation. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about
I got there. Before you continue, let me put this call through, and then we get this question, and then I will let you continue. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me, please? Oh, hey, Biafra. Good evening, Mazi. Your names, please, where you calling from, and your question.
My name is Mazi. I'm calling from France, and I'm a native of Abreba.
All right.
I had a doctor talking about the Abreba people and also the Udbende boys. That if you take the second and the third interview, and they say after the war of Biafra, after the ending of the war of Biafra, then the Abreba boys and the Udbende, they wanted to go back to the north and continue the struggle, but to stop them. I want to know, those Abreba boys, are they soldiers, the Biafran soldiers, or are they just common men that are eager to continue the struggle of Biafra? That's the first question. The second question,
hold on, Mazi. Before you go to the second, let me make sure I get your question. You say that after the war, there are some Abreba and Bende boys who want to go to the north to continue the struggle. Is that what you said?
They wanted to go back to the north, continue the struggle.
Okay.
Yes.
So you wanted to know if those boys are soldiers or just ordinary people?
Are they Biafran soldiers or?
All right. What is your second question? What is your second question, Mazi? Your line is a bit wobbling, but I'm managing to get.
The second question is, Second question. I heard our leader used to say that the original copy of the Biafran buckets and other meter was destroyed. But is it the Biafran you have the original copy or the blue copy still remaining today or not?
All right, I get your question. Thank you very much. I will put your question to the doctor. Ndeo Mazi. All right. The line was a bit noisy, but I think I managed to get the question. He asked that he said that I don't know if he said you spoke about some Abreba and Ben the boys after the Biafran war. They wanted to go back to the north to start the struggle. Now the question is asking, are those boys Biafran soldiers or individuals? I don't know if you get that, Doctor.
Okay. I did not hear about any Abreba boys going up to the north after the war. There was Abreba contingent that went to Enugu to try and defend Enugu, during the war. Now, the issue was the Abreba, there's this tradition where to be an Abreba warrior, you have to go and bring somebody's head or something like that. So they are given bags to go and collect heads. Just like David was asked to go and collect some foreskins of his enemies. So the issue here was, it's not that type of war. It's not where you take a knife and go and chop somebody's head off when the person's got a rifle or got an artillery before you. So the Abreba contingent that went to the north, went to if it's north of Biafra, which is around the Enugu area, when Enugu was about to fall. They had just had one shelling and they decided to take the train and go to Umuahia and to complain to Juku. But that's a different story. That's another story altogether.
All right.
But I don't think they went to the northern part of Nigeria to start any guerrilla warfare. The world expected Biafrans to fight in the guerrilla warfare. But I don't think he used knife. It's not the type of war you need. So I don't recall reading anywhere about the Abreba boys going up to the north. I could be mistaken.
All right, brilliant. Now, the second question was, he's asking about the copies, the plan of the Ojukwu bucket and some of the ammunitions which was produced by Biafran scientists, during the war. He's asking, where are the original copies? Were they destroyed or are they still around?
Yes, very good question. The issue with Biafran scientists during the war, they did extremely well. We hear about it. Ojukwu was in a meeting and someone sent him a note and said, we discovered a rocket. He couldn't believe it. He came out of the meeting and they launched it in the lawn where he was. It just took off. He was flabbergasted. And these people tried to build planes. He said, we didn't succeed, but we tried. The actual spirit in Biafra was beyond belief. They were able to do anything. They just put their mind in it, okay? So now, after the war, they were disbanded, okay? They were scattered around. So it was such that you couldn't get anybody. Nigeria could have tapped on their knowledge to develop what is called the ammunition industry. But Nigeria feared that if we allowed them, they'd be like Germany, they'd be like Japan. They would develop, even though they were defeated, they will have they have some knowledge that will help Biafra to restore. So anything to do with engineering that was created in Biafra was not allowed to thrive. They would come and, in fact, there's a computer that was sent to the East Central State then after the war, and they came and covered it, so nobody would develop from it. They had a jet turbo engine from a person who was coming to show them how to develop a plane from East Russia, for Russian, who used to be Stalin's engineer, to come to UNN, University of Nigeria, but they shut that program down, so it doesn't teach them how to do turbo engines. So there are so many efforts. In fact, the person who manufactured the car, the first car in Nigeria, the engine, all the thing he used, the block, was taken to Lagos, is it Abuja, for further investigation, and never allowed to see the light of day. So everything technological that was decided to come from the East was confiscated or blocked by the federal government to make sure it did not rise economic, technologically. So it's their loss.
Because
anyway,
because when I was growing up, there was an uncle of mine. He's my uncle. His name is Simon Nwachukwu. He was a professor and a scientist at the University of Enugu at those days. Nsukka? I don't know what you call it. He was at the University of Nsukka. So he was among the people who actually discovered the Ojukwu buckets. So I still believe that the copies of those innovations should be lying around somewhere. It's just that we never took it serious. People were still trying to survive after the war, and nobody give a damn about those important documents.
Yes. Well, I'm sure the Ojukwu bucket, what they call the Wunigwe, run on what they call the Monroe principle in physics, but that's a different thing. They developed a weapon that has so many Richter scales, an incredible development, but it wasn't allowed to be further manufactured by the Nigerian short-sighted leaders. So that was that anyway. So you're right, it may be lying somewhere, but the generation that developed it are obviously leaving us. As I just told you, the commander is now 90 and he died this year.
All right,
so
Doctor, the calls are still coming in. You tell me when to stop, because Biafrans are not going to stop until you stop. All right, let's take this one. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Good evening from here.
Good evening. Sorry, I was calling on a direct line, so I actually want to find out, does the direct line not working on this particular line?
Direct line, I don't know. It's not working because it's a WhatsApp line strictly. But you can talk to me. You can talk to me if possible.
It's okay.
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Okay, I have two questions, but let me start from this. Number one question is that Uncle Onyemuche Chukwu, Uncle, he said something that touched me. He said that this war started from Gakim, a place called Gakim, close to, is it Ogoja or something? And I actually want to find out something, because people are saying that Ojukwu, our uncle Ojukwu, did not consult the elders of the land before engaging on that war. So now my question is this: is he confirming it now from telling us that this war that started from Gakim have something to do with the consultants, or maybe the agreement, concise agreement of the elders of the whole areas of both rivers, they call rivers recently, and every other person? Because I actually heard from Oyendi saying that it was the people who reminded us, our uncle Ojukwu, that we should go back to who we are. So now I'm asking him, is he confirming it now that these people, Gakim is a part of Biafra, and also that everybody is in the awareness of this? Because in the recent time,
Mazi, hold on before we get lost. Your question is, did Ojukwu consult before embarking on the war? Was that your question?
Yeah, because there is an argument in Biafra land that he did not consult the elders, like Ohaneze and the P2B is denying that when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did not tell them what he's doing.
Right.
So I want him to let me off on that. Then another one is this.
Okay.
That's sir, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening to you, Mazi.
Okay. The second question is this: considering the first person that called in, or sorry, the second person that called in, talking about how there is a question he asked, which related into giving us 20 pounds and all that.
All right.
So I just want to find out this: the Abam people, as in the Abriba people and the Item people, are they the real people who started this fight from that section of Gakim, or they were the people in charge of publicity to let the people know from their drum war beats? Yeah.
All right, all right,
don't
all
know
right.
if I made myself
All right, thank you very much. I will relay your question. Thank you very much. All right, Doctor, I'm trying to understand.
I didn't hear any of those questions.
Yes,
at all.
I'm going to relate that to you. First question was, did the general, consult with the elders and Biafrans people before going to war? That was his first question. According to him, there were some arguments that he did not consult. All right. That was the first question. And then the second question was, who were those in Gakem that actually, defended Biafra land when the war started in Gakem? So I don't know if you got the two questions.
Yeah, I'll tackle the second one first. The Gakem were the Biafran soldiers, yes? So what happened, as I said, there were people who returned from other parts of Nigeria who were actually in the military at the time. So they were deployed. We had the command of the northern Biafran area. There's the riverine region around Onitsha, and then of course around Port Harcourt. So there's battalions being formed to try and defend areas of Biafra land. So there were Biafrans all over. They can come from any village, any town to join the army. I remember when one of the villages I was in during the war was attacked on Christmas Day 1968. Yeah, the Nigerian troops opened up and the rifle was flying over, the bullet was flying over our head. So the Biafran soldier that turned up with his rifle said to us, "Bano nolo odi fole." Now, let me explain what I'm saying by that. He said, go inside is nothing. Now, this is Owerri. Now, that accent is not Owerri. So he could have come from other part of the country. So in other words, not people in Gakem.
It sounds like a Hafia. It sounds like a Hafia or Abreba language, yeah.
Exactly. It could be. So what I'm saying to you, Biafran soldiers were made up of people from various parts of the country. My uncles, some of them fought in Ikotepene, some fought in Uzakoli, bullet wounds and so on. So you went anywhere your unit sent you. So those in Gakem would have been from any part of Biafra land. That's really my take on it. Now, coming back to the Ojukwu asked the elders, the first question you ask yourself when you ask a question like that, did Gowon ask anybody before he invaded Biafra? Yeah? He didn't ask anybody. Yes. You're coming to kill you. Yes. So you're going to have a meeting, chiefs and elders. You said, hello, my brothers and sisters, my elders, look, they are killing us. What should we do?
What should I do? Should we die?
Yeah. So I think when you think about questions, you just look at the whole picture. It's not Ohaneze time. You are about to be wiped out on the planet. It's an existential fight.
You don't need a permission. Sorry, doctor. You don't need a permission to defend yourself. Yeah. Self-defense is alienable. It's alienable. Go ahead, please.
Absolutely. I agree with you. Self-defense is an inalienable right. So, and we are very, very fortunate to have had Ojukwu as the head of state. He's 33, 34 at the time. So he should talk to the elders. Yeah? He should go and ask them permission. Should we go and defend ourselves or stand here and get wiped out? That's the wrong question. And we need to ask the right questions. The right question is, did the elders come to him with advice of how best to fight? Yeah? But Ojukwu is in the military, in the modern warfare. This is not your village versus another village with knives and bows and arrows. This is a modern warfare. And the people we had were trained by the best. They were trained by British at Sandhurst. So they know what they're talking about. Did they need advice? Well, we'll talk about it another time because the Biafran, if you like, population are the such that you can't dictate to. So they were incorporated in the Ahera Declaration. The actual fight became a Biafran revolution in the sense that it becomes a people's war. Now, the problem with that is that you should allow people to do the job they're trained to do, not allow the civilians to come and tell the military, come and tell us what you're going to do to catch Owerri. Yeah? Okay? What are you doing to capture Willie? Here a civilian doesn't know how to fire a gun, asking a military man, how are you going to capture Willie? What are you doing about it? And causing trouble. So it's very, very important in a war situation. You can have, it's not Ohaneze, what do you call it? Not that I have anything at the moment. Okay, no, I'm condemning them. There's a structure in place. This is a military warfare, modern warfare. You don't ask permission to defend yourself, as Mazi has said. So I don't know if I've answered your question.
Absolutely,
but just
absolutely.
Ask question.
All right, let's get to the next person. I think I have a caller on WhatsApp again. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, please. I've picked your call. Can you speak to us? All right, let's try the next caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Mazi.
Chineke, good evening from here. Please, your names and where you're calling from. Then you ask your question.
Okay, my name is Mazi Uchechukwu. My question is, why is it that there were a lot of sabotage during that period? Why was hello Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay. My question was, why was there a lot of sabotage during the war? Why was because some other part of Biafra that are not Igbo says that Biafra soldiers were in their village killing them, and some people that Ojukwu sent to buy weapons, they went away with the money. And today we are witnessing the same thing in Biafra struggle. So that is just my question. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Mazi, the question is, why were there so many Ifa Junas during the war? He wants to know why were there so many Ifa Juna? That's the number one question. And then, of course, the second question, the people sent to go and buy weapon, why did they run away with our money? Just like they are doing today again. I don't know if you get the question.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Let me answer the second one first.
Yes.
The second one, it says, you give people money to go and buy weapons.
They ran away.
And they didn't return.
Yeah.
They bought houses and things with it. Okay? And it's true to a certain extent, but there are some who managed to buy the weapons. Okay? The issue here was involving and telling your elders, isn't it? Telling the civilians. If, according to the commander of the Biafran army, you allowed the military to send a delegation to go and buy the weapons, yeah, it is likely that they're not going to go and buy houses with it, okay? And they are going to buy the right equipment which is needed by those on the field. And they'll buy the right calibers, and they know if something is missing, yeah, when they're buying the equipment. So the commander felt sometimes the weapons that were given to them did not have the right fuse, did not have the right weapon, you know, if you like, how can I put it? Did not have the right mechanism for firing, okay? Because they were bought by civilians, and the mentality was, while you people are soldiers, you shouldn't be going out to buy weapons, we're going to buy for you. You see, there's some logic in that, but you need the weapons. You have to understand what you're buying in the first place. So that allowed a loophole for people to buy rubbish, and those who managed to buy bought what they felt they can afford to buy, okay? And the second thing was that those who felt they can get away with it pocketed the money. And you should realize this happens in every human endeavor. There's a good, the bad, and the ugly in behavior, in character. And you're not going to abolish it because you have Biafra. Yeah? There are people who are set to, to disagree with you. You scold them for one reason or the other, they turn saboteurs. Yeah? The saboteur in the war, it's not something that's happened. There's a name called Quisling, yeah, who sided, I think in Norwegian or so, who sided with the Nazis. So it's Quisling is his name. There's in Timophily, when the Greek were being attacked by the Persians, somebody led them through a path to overcome, is it the 200 Spartans, yeah? So it went around and allowed the Persians to defeat the Greek. So if you think you're going to have a struggle where you don't get saboteurs, stop. You have to wake up. Stop kidding yourself. Even people in your own household, the scripture says, are the ones that will betray you. So get over it and do what is right. So, but if you're sending somebody to go and buy your weapon, make sure there's another person who covers and oversees them. That's what we didn't do right. Okay? There are lots of mistakes, and I'm glad we're discussing them now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Let's go back. I think caller on WhatsApp, you are back. Can you hear me?
Yes.